Still waiting. Oh, yeah. Cool. All right. Looks like that's live. Where are we? Yeah, looks like it's live. Kia ora. G'day. Welcome back. Um, Jumping into a question in regards to the channel today, which is what does go always a little further mean? And I realize it's probably like the timing of this question, along with some other suggestions from people recently, and then some afterthoughts from people as well. The timing of it is probably it's probably good. Or things are meant to happen when they're meant to happen, I guess, and everything happens for a reason. But a few people have asked, why did I name the channel Go Always a Little Further? What does it mean? I know I've answered this particular question in at least a few comments on other reaction videos that I've done. And also, I think in at least one live, somebody asked me, what does Go Always a Little Further mean to me? And I realized that I don't think I actually put any sort of description or explanation in terms of why I named the channel Go Always a Little Further. And yeah, I guess maybe I just assumed that people would have their own interpretation of what that means to them. And I think that's probably a good place to start as I sit here and contemplate and try to get my thoughts together in regards to how to answer that question. But what does it mean to me? I guess Go Always a Little Further means a lot of things to different people. Some people might think it's just some sort of motivational slogan, something to get people, I don't know about hyped, I don't think that's the right word, but to incentivize or motivate people to get up and do stuff. Yeah, maybe. There might be some truth to that. Maybe it encourages, I don't know about inspire, but maybe it encourages people to step outside their comfort zone and do something else. I know as far as an inspiration perspective, it does have some of that effect on me personally. Um, some people might recognize it, Go Always a Little Further from the I don't know the whole poem, but the poem by bloody hell, Flecker, James Elroy Flecker. Um, we are the pilgrim's masters. We shall go always a little further. We are the pilgrim's master. We shall go always a little further. That's only a very small part of what James Elroy Flecker has in his poem. And some people that recognize those words will go, that's from that poem. Other people that have served in the Defence Force, and in particular within the Special Air Service Regiment, will recognize those few words from that part of the poem. For other people, they just couldn't care less. And that's okay too. They'd have no idea why or what those words are from. And to be honest, it probably has no impact on them at all, to the point whereby they don't give it a second thought. So that's cool as well. For me though, I suppose there's a fair bit to it, but if I was to try to condense down, I suppose, what it means to me, it's got more of a deep meaning to me personally. Um, from the perspective of, and for a number of reasons, probably first and foremost is that we shall go always a little further statement, comment, part of the poem, whatever you want to describe it, to me is a reminder of those individuals, predecessors, for want of a better term, pioneers, trendsetters, some might call them, who made a whole bunch of sacrifices and were willing to risk it all so that I and or we could and can enjoy the freedoms and the opportunities that I have today. And that to me means a lot. So their willingness to go always a little further and push beyond the boundaries of what of where they felt comfortable and move into that friction or into that space where they felt massively uncomfortable, whether it was from a military perspective, whether it was deploying on operations, whether it was starting a business, whether it was doing and trying new things from an academic perspective, a profession perspective, whatever it is, those pioneers, those that were willing to put themselves on the line and chase what it was that they're after. It just carries a deep and meaningful importance to me personally, and it's inspiring. So from that perspective, when I spoke earlier in terms of go always a little further, and that it has that impact on me from I think that's an inspiring, or I think that's inspiring perspective. That's part of it. Some people did ask, I talk and have spoken a lot about and answered a lot of questions in regards to some people that follow my channel because they have an interest in military stuff, or they have an interest in looking to prepare for and go on the SAS selection. They said, why didn't I just name it Who Dares Wins? And don't get me wrong, I did think about that, but I also acknowledged and thought, well, Who Dares Wins is much more widely known. Dare I say widely known? Maybe it isn't, but I think it is. And much more closely associated and connected to the Special Air Service Regiment. Don't get me wrong, we shall go always a little further. That part of the poem from James Flecker is also closely associated with, but probably it's not the motto of the unit, if that makes sense, whereas Who Dares Wins is the motto of the Special Air Service. So I chose not to use that. There probably would have been some, I don't know, maybe there would have, I'm guessing maybe there might have been some, I don't know if charges is the right word, but copyright issues or whatever. There probably is some copyright issues with my channel the way it is at this time. But I haven't been hit up about that by anybody, which is nice. But maybe that's hopefully because there isn't too many copyright issues with my channel. But yeah, so I didn't choose Who Dares Wins, although that has a massive and deep and important meaning to me personally as well. Like being willing to take risks and take calculated risks ties in with we shall go always a little further. Everything we do, I think, from my perspective, is a risk. Some people might say is a gamble, is taking, but we look to try to take calculated risks in regards to those things. So anyway, maybe that's for another topic, or maybe if that pops back into my head, I'll talk about it a little bit more. But back to the channel and those that asked the question. Yeah, thanks for the question. I know I typed out some answers to that. That's part of what it means to me. I think also go always a little further, and why I stuck with that as well. Not only the close connection to the regiment, the deep meaning that it has to me, but also it's a reminder to me as well, being a reminder of those that went before or that have gone before and sacrificed and been willing to fail. It's a reminder to me of the what's the word, importance, or it's a reminder of the fact that stepping outside your comfort zone, being willing to fail, but having the courage to try is an important part of whatever you choose to do in life. That's just my personal take, whether it's studying at school, whether it's, again, starting a new business, whether it's looking to go down a certain profession, whether it's doing social media, whether it's doing day trading, whether it's starting a family, having children, whatever it is. It's a reminder of prepare as well as you can to succeed, to win, to execute to the best of your ability, but being willing to fail. I say being willing to fail rather than being prepared to fail, because like what I just touched on earlier, I don't think people, at least not for me anyway, I'm not looking to start and do something with the idea of preparing to fail, if that makes sense. I'm preparing as well as I can over days, weeks, months, in some cases years, to try to, and I think anybody's doing that, and everybody's doing that, whether you're a professional athlete, whether you're a business person or whatever, you're preparing as well as you can to win, to execute to the best of your ability, to give it your best shot, let's say. You're not going into something and you're not going into it being prepared to fail. You're going into that, I think, being willing to fail, but being prepared to succeed, to execute at the highest level to the best of your ability so that you can set yourself up with the best chance to win. That's my take on it and why I use those words. Going always a little further means accepting and understanding that there's going to be probably ridicule, criticism, negativity. I know I've spoken about this in other questions, not specifically in regards to this question that's come through about why did I name the channel Go Always a Little Further, but I think, for fear of repeating myself, I'm probably going to repeat myself anyway. Those things are just a given, no matter what it is that you choose to do. There's going to be maybe a small number, maybe a large number, depending on who you are and what you do, of people that resonate and like what you do, that don't mind how you look, that don't mind how you sound or your accent, that don't mind, that are probably going to be and maybe a bit more forgiving in terms of when you share or express your opinions, your thoughts, your perspectives, and or indeed some of your personal lived experience in that and those some of on those some on some of those topics. Bloody hell, bleh, can't get the words out. But then again, there's going to be maybe a massive large number of people, or maybe it's a small number of people that just don't like you. That just don't like what you have to say. They don't like how you look, how you say it, why your perspective is what it is, and who just flat out don't agree. And some of those people, well within their rights, as nameless and as faceless as they may be, some of them will put their faces to the camera, which is a good thing, I think, as well. But the vast majority of those people that criticize you or that try to pull you down, and because that's going to happen, you'll never, you'll likely never meet them. You'll likely never see them. If you see a picture of them, it's probably a fake one in the first place, or maybe it's a real one, but you'll never know. And it just comes with the territory. So if you're going to lean into something and you're willing to go always a little further and push beyond that comfort zone, I don't think it's wise or smart for anybody to allow the results of what it is that they're striving for be dictated by, what do I call them? Faceless, nameless naysayers that are going to uh, troll on the interwebs and look to find wherever you are and then just pepper you with negativity and comments that you really don't need to waste your time in having a look at or reading. With that, like a lot of the stuff, I'll have a read of the comments. A lot of them crack me up actually with the negativity and stuff that comes from people or people expressing their opinion, which is basically all I'm doing with a number of things, and or answering questions and sharing my take or perspective in regards to the questions that come through. Some people might agree with my response. Other people may not. Some people have more to add to the response that I share or the take or the perspective that I give, which is awesome. And likewise, some people are also that don't agree have their thoughts, their opinion, and their take on what it is that I've spoken about as well. It may happen with this channel in terms of me responding to the question, why did I name it Go Always a Little Further? And that's cool, each to their own. But I think some people, uh, depending on, what stage of life they're at, they can allow those things to really weigh heavy on them and drag them down and send them down a rabbit hole or send them into a space which is pretty negative and maybe hard to come out of. If you've got a few more gray hairs on your head and if you're sort of been exposed, I suppose is what is probably the more appropriate term, and been exposed to things and been involved in things and courses and been stripped down and made fun of and interrogated and that sort of thing, albeit in a training course, and made to feel um, dare I say, worthless or like you're good for nothing. Those comments when they come through can have, I would say, less of an effect and probably more of a make you crack up sort of effect. I know they do for me anyway. And I guess that's just something that comes with time. In saying that, man, I'm amazed, and I think this ties in with the Go Always a Little Further. I'm amazed with how many young people how many young people there are out there that go and get after it, that step into something that's may seem very foreign, or maybe it doesn't seem very foreign to them, but that seems really daunting, at least to me and to other people their age and older, who just embrace it and go all in. Um, people that come to mind, although they're a bit older now, people like, I don't know his real name, but Mr. Beast, um, from where he started on YouTube. People like, what's his name? I think he's a streamer or a gamer, iShow Speed, but he does a whole bunch of other stuff rather than just streaming himself playing video games. I haven't seen his stuff, but I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I haven't sat and watched um, any of his content. Actually, probably one of the things that I did see was when he was doing some rugby. He was playing some rugby and getting tackled and applying and practicing tackling other people in some sprinting races that he's done. So when people have said that he's just a gamer, doesn't look like he's just a gamer to me. But anyway, I digress. What I was getting at was these seemingly young people, and there's likely people much younger than these guys. I know that they're a bit older now, but they started very, very young from the footage that I could see of them anyway. And leaning into that space, given how prevalent social media, online bullying, cyberbullying, or whatever it's called these days, how much of an impact that has on young people. And for those young people and other young people, even still to this day, who lean into that space and just go and do it, put themselves out there, it's just mind blowing to me. I have massive amount of respect and admiration for those young people that do it to this day, because I think back to myself being back that age, like I couldn't even stand up and give a speech in a classroom at school. And I couldn't even stand up in a classroom at school in a room full of my friends and give a speech for a topic at school. That's how um, scared I was of doing anything like that. And so when I see young people going out there doing, may not be things that I'm too interested in terms of what they're posting on social media, but it's it's courageous to me to see them do that. And I think that, part of the go always a little further for me when I see those young people do that, or other people, older people as well, that are doing it, like people that are older than me that appear to be super successful in social media, doing things and starting something which, would have been completely foreign to them back in their day. And here they are now with, thousands of followers, sharing and delivering messages and content on things that interest them, and finding their people, finding their tribe, for want of a better term, and embracing it and doing really well. And that's an awesome thing to me, I think, anyway. Um, those people like me who start uh, an online presence and start a social media account, and or indeed, start doing live videos and talking to predominantly, I'll use myself as an example, talking predominantly to just myself. For the most part, there might be one or two, or there might be a handful of people that might join a live. Granted, to be fair, I just pop up and do a live whenever I feel like it. So there's no there hasn't been a set structure for a while. I did have a set time for a while, and that's when there was probably a handful more people that would show up, which was awesome. But yeah, since then I've been fairly ad hoc. So something that I need to probably work on and improve, and I will over time. Just got a few things on at the moment, so I'll jump on and do a live where I can. But anyway, coming back to that, going always a little further, stepping outside the comfort zone, acknowledging and understanding that there's naysayers, a reminder for me of the sacrifices and the foundations that have been laid by other people so that I can enjoy and do the things that I do now. Being willing to look, sound, and feel awkward and uncomfortable. I think that's just a tax, part of the tax that you have to pay in regards to when you're trying to grow and when you're trying to improve or trying to learn something. You have to be willing to look and sound stupid, to look and be awkward, to sound awkward, and stuff your words up and being unable to speak clearly or coherently so that other people can understand. I think that's just all part and parcel, comes with the territory. If you're looking to start something, if you're looking to start a business and you provide a service, whatever that is, being prepared to execute as well as you can, but being willing to adapt on the fly and adjust and improve and grow and maybe potentially pivot and change for the better, as long as it's in line with why you're doing things, it's in line with what you want to do, and it stays true to how you plan on delivering and doing the things that you want to do. So yeah, don't let other people's thoughts or opinions determine or dictate, sort of where you go or whether or not you persist. If you've gotten into something because it makes you happy and you enjoy it, even though you might be very conscious, that you might be perceived as being very awkward or strange, but you're happy in doing it, then can crack on, man. Fill your boots, get after it. Don't let other people hold you back from that. If it's something that you've just been thinking about, but you are, again, had those same thoughts, I'm not sure, I want to wait until I've got the right software, or I want to wait until I've got the right camera, the right tripod, I want to wait till the weather looks really nice, I want to wait till I've got the perfect backdrop, um, so that I can have the purple lights and the good lighting and the neon signs and the this, that, and the other, whatever it is. Like, man, don't wait for that. Like, worst case, just blur the background, like what I've done here. If things are a bit messy, either just show it or just blur your background. Like, there's lots of things that you can do to just get around that stuff. But I think one of the things that I've learned and that I'm still learning in the process is to just crack on and start, man. Just make a start. If you're happy doing it and it's something that you see yourself continuing to do, and maybe you have to pivot from time to time, but you're enjoying it, like, do it. There's one of the other questions that's come up in regards to, and I know I've answered this in other videos as well, excuse me, was in relation to the podcast that I used to run with my brother-in-law called the Epic Aotearoa podcast, Create a Better Future. And then we started a series, a Who Dares Win series, which was in line with going always a little further. I had the privilege to interview a number of ex-SAS operators and TRG, like police and other air marshals and that sort of thing. And I think a lot of those videos can still be found. It was a small presence on YouTube, but we loved it. I loved it. And, some things I decided to stop doing there just because some stuff within our family and some decisions within our family at the time happened. And so to um, maybe not draw so much attention was my thinking anyway. I stepped away from that podcast and doing those types of interviews. Would I like to do them again? Yeah, 100%. But um, I have no set time frame or plans, and I haven't been reaching out to anybody to look at doing any of that sort of stuff again. But needless to say, without going into the details, there were reasons as to why I stopped doing those. And it wasn't because I didn't enjoy it, and it wasn't because there were negative comments coming through. It was from a bigger picture perspective with regards to family members wanting and looking to do things with their lives that, that at the time I felt was better if I pulled back from doing that stuff. So, yeah, but it never went away. Like the desire to go on and be on social media and do what I'm doing now never left, if that makes sense. But at the time, I couldn't figure out or see a path towards being back on or going back into it. And so since then, things have obviously moved in a way. Family things and decisions have still taken place, and they're going in the path in which they're going for those people and members of the family. But looking at the opportunity that presented itself for me to jump back online, so to speak, and be on social media was there. So that's what I did. And the reminder of going always a little further, the reminder of Who Dares Wins, the reminder of the things that I've been fortunate to do in the past and in the present, and what I want to do going forward, to me was worth jumping back in, and filled me with drive and excitement, and a commitment to looking at doing those things. So I've said since I've been back on, this channel isn't going anywhere. Have been not as regular with posting and that sort of stuff, at least the reaction videos, because there has been some other stuff that I've been working on to try to sort out some of the challenges and issues in that space, which are still ongoing. And, they're frustrating, but that's just part of life. Go always a little further means, as well as putting up with being awkward and the naysayers, etc., means trying to find a solution, means trying to find answers to the problems that you're facing. That's part and parcel of what building is a little further means. Trying to find a solution and an answer within without stepping outside the boundaries or doing anything that's inappropriate or illegal, for that matter. So going always a little further means taking calculated risks, means trying to find solutions to the problems or challenges or frustrations that you might be going through at this time, or those, maybe even some of those limiting beliefs, finding solutions to those, and then just taking action and executing them. Not easier said than done, I know, but trying to not get bogged down with worrying about all the other external hoo-ha that I can't control. So I can't control who decides to watch anything that I put up. I can't control the comments that people decide to put on. Oh, I suppose that's not completely true. I suppose I could control the comments by going into the back end in the YouTube studio, as an example, and filtering all comments so that only approved comments get posted up. So in other words, only comments that agree with me or comments that are nice and complimentary get put up or whatever. But I just think that's just too much work to do. And two, I think that's just a load of rubbish. People, like, there's plenty of things that I disagree with. And if I want to say my piece, or if I want to drop a comment on it, then I will. And so if I'm able to do that elsewhere, why would I want to stop and or block other people from doing the same thing? I have an option. So yeah, maybe I could control some of that, but I can't control what it is that they choose to put down. Excuse me. I've got water this time. If I don't like what they have to say, I don't have to continue engaging with them. But what I often do, and usually if people decide to have a scroll through the comments, and if they see people putting comments, actually there was a comment the other day. What did it say? It was on one of my reaction videos to a Sean Ryan interview, I think it was, and the comment was simply stealing content on one of the reaction videos that I did. I can't remember which video it was. That made me laugh. I put some laughing faces in there, and I think I put something, words to the effect of, "And here you are consuming the content." And then I put another laughing face, and I'm pretty sure I said, "Come back anytime," or something like that. "Come back anytime and drop more comments." So I haven't heard from that person again. Whether it's a bot, whether it's an actual person, whether it's somebody that feels strongly about the fact that I'm doing a reaction video to a Sean Ryan interview with one of his guests. And don't get me wrong, I know how much work goes into doing a podcast, getting people to interview, going through that process, then the editing that happens after, then the uploading and all that sort of stuff. I know there's a heck of a lot of work. I can't imagine on the scale of what somebody like Sean Ryan does with his. Like, that's a highly professional production, as you can tell from what he does. So yeah, I get that there may be people that don't like the fact that I'm effectively using his content, and then I'm doing a reaction to it based on what I hear, based on the responses from the guests that he has, using some of my military experience with regards to the guests that he interviews, because a lot of them have been in that space, in that SF space, and then giving my 2 cents. People can either sit and watch and have a listen to my reaction in conjunction to the video that I'm reacting to, or not. So it makes me laugh when people jump on and that particular comment leaves a comment like that. It's like, bro, why bother sitting there listening and watching if that's not what you're into? You would have seen in the title, SAS veteran. It's SAS veteran reacts. So there's a disclaimer there in the title. You chose to click on it and watch it anyway, and then put a comment in. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not me that has the issue. And from what I've seen with regards to what Sean Ryan does, um, it's been cool. Some of the stuff that I haven't got the link right now, but I know I saw and have seen in some of his videos, he actually encourages and is happy for people to share and repost his content and do reactions to the stuff that he does, which I thought was pretty cool as well. So, um, yeah, because I guess from that perspective, it helps get what he does. It helps spread that without him having to, or without his team having to spread it to more places. And it gets other people's eyeballs onto his content who probably and more than likely really like what it is that he has to do. So then they go and subscribe and join and follow the stuff that he does. So it's, yeah, I get that there are people that are more than happy for their content to be reposted or modified under the fair use bloody thing, whatever it is. And I think reaction videos come under that um, clause or that law or that legal framework to, as long as it's utilized under the fair use and you change it enough. And so I think a reaction video does, for the most part, um, provide enough of a change to the content that you can use it without getting whacked with a copyright strike or claim. Doesn't guarantee it though, because I've been hit with at least one confirmed copyright strike out of the 3 that you get for YouTube. So I've got at least one. And then I've been hit with a number of other copyright notices, but they haven't resulted in copyright strikes. I've spoken about that before anyway. But yeah, go always a little further, man. If those naysayers and haters want to drop the comments, like, you don't have to engage with them. Or if you want to, you can from time to time and just sort of bait them and see what happens, because sometimes it can create more content. On the back end of that, just sort of leading into, and I think for me anyway, this stuff ties in with going always a little further and responding to questions. So trying to give as comprehensive an answer to this question as I can. And dare I say, I'm probably rambling on, but if you don't like the ramble, then just bugger off. You don't need to stick around and listen. From a content perspective, haters can also provide some valuable, well, I don't know about valuable, but can provide some interesting content. There's been a guy on Instagram who's gone really quiet, who decided to post some rubbish. I don't know what he posted about me. He posted up like those disappearing reels or stories or whatever they are. So I haven't been able to go back and see them. I just got hit with questions from other people going, hey, who's this guy? Brad Spires or Spears or however he says his name. He's a twat anyway. But people have asked me recently, where's that guy gone? He's not commenting, or you're not posting up anything about him anymore. Well, because he's not posting anything or sending me any more messages. So this clown, he goes by Steve Azula on YouTube, decided to reach out to me on Instagram. And in the back end on those messages, you can either accept or decline or block the person. I never blocked them. I never declined them. I never accepted them. I just left him there in the messages. Anyway, he sent a message. It was a bit weird. He started talking about Pat Tillman and some other stuff, and that I should do a reaction video to these. And I thought, oh, yeah. And I just didn't bother responding. He sent a couple of other messages. I still didn't worry about it. At least he was nice enough to say to me, I go by Steve Azula on YouTube, because I'd seen Steve Azula comment on some of my videos on YouTube. I was like, oh, okay. But he's Brad Spears or Spires, whatever, on Instagram. And so I left those. Again, never responded to him. And then soon as Ben Roberts-Smith got arrested in Australia, that twat jumps onto the message again to message me and just puts a ridiculous post up there. Well, he shares his thoughts. So anyway, I screenshot that. I still don't reply to him, and I just whack it up on my Instagram, because at the time I'd received a number of other messages from other people saying, hey, Joe, why are you so quiet on the Ben Roberts-Smith case? Is it because he's been arrested and you're concerned and worried, that that it will affect you? Are you worried that if you are seen supporting him, that you'll lose followers on your YouTube channel, blah, blah, blah. And I just thought, who are these clowns? Like, who are these nameless, faceless twats? And they've got blinking, probably bot type handles, so they're probably not even real people. Or maybe they are. I assume that they are real people just based on some of the comments and the way that the questions and or the comments were worded, the messages sent to me. And so I put up a post, picture of myself with RS and a whole bunch of other guys, some of those guys that were in his team when he got his VC, when RS got his VC in Afghanistan. Blurred out all their faces, kept mine and RS's face. They came along to support me at an event that I was competing in that night. And then I just put a blurb up there. Like, I couldn't give a rat's backside if people want to unsubscribe or leave my little space because I'm friends with and or because I support RS. Like, I couldn't care less. And so I posted that up. This guy, this Brad Spears, came up at around about the same time, not long after. So I screenshotted that, whacked that up and said, yep, I can't remember the words that I put, but it's on my post on Instagram anyway. I don't waste time with those disappearing bloody stories or whatever they are. So I just leave it there. And anyway, people have asked where he's gone. It's like, I don't know where he's gone and I couldn't care less. I think he lives down in the South Island somewhere here in New Zealand. And he's somebody that likes to punch out things on his keyboard and do disappearing stories and then post them on Instagram. That's as much as I know about the guy. One thing led to the next. A whole bunch of other people messaged me. A number of people saying, "No, you should just disregard him. You know, you'll block him. You're better than that, etc., etc." That made me laugh. I was thinking, "Am I? Am I better than that? Am I better than him?" And I was like, you know what? Actually, the inner child in me just, nah, I'm going to engage with this guy. I'm not going to block him. I haven't accepted his messages and I haven't responded directly to him in any messages. I just grab the content that he gives with the posts that he's decided to put up, and then I just whack them up on Instagram, and then let a whole bunch of other people have at it, and then they go after him and share whatever comments they want to share. But he's gone quiet as, like, he hasn't posted anything up. At least he hasn't sent me any messages, and I haven't been notified by a whole bunch of other people that were reaching out to me saying, "Hey, this guy's saying this stuff." Like, so what? If he wants to put up stuff or information or stories about me that then disappear off his page, personally, I don't know what the point is of that. But if that's what he wants to do, like, I couldn't care less. Clearly, as I've called him, I said he's a dipshit and he's probably mentally unstable or retarded. But obviously got enough nous to do an Instagram or social media account. So that brings me back to going always a little further. If that retard has got enough brains to do and have a social media account, then anybody can do it, even me. So anyway, that's where he is. Maybe me talking about him in response to the questions that people have asked about him, maybe he might resurface. That's not the intent. Like, I couldn't care less if he resurfaces. I don't care if he sends me messages again and wants to start engaging. I'll probably just screenshot those again if he's been a ball bag and post them up. But his last message was words to the effect of, and I shared that on a post, um, we just got crossed wires, that's all, nothing more. That was that's been his last message to me. I screenshotted that and I put that up in a post, and I put in there, it's like, bro, we didn't get any wires crossed. You initiated contact to me. You're the one that seems to have this longing to message me and contact and connect with me in some way. And I've just not accepted, not declined, and not blocked your messages. I've just left them sitting there. So your whole message history is just sitting there, plus it's been screenshotted. And then a whole bunch of other people that have expressed their concerns about you, and some of their interactions that they've had with you. They've reached out to me, again, without me soliciting anything. People have just gone, "Hey, Joe, here's some information about this guy." Like, okay, to the point whereby even the police reached out to me, and I pulled down one of those posts from the police, uh, but I think I probably pulled it down too late, whereby old Ballbag Spears probably saw it, and I assume that's probably part and parcel of the reason why he's gone so quiet. because some of his comments, man, were pretty out the gate. And those are posted on my Instagram as well for people to have a read in terms of his comments and the use of the term coons and shooting your people. It was legal to shoot your people, or words to that effect. I was like, man, this fellow's got some serious issues. So, there's things like that. That's where he is anyway. Like, I don't know where he is, but he hasn't been messaging or contacting me. And I couldn't care less. So that's the response to that question. Maybe that's his version of going always a little further, like pumping it and poking and prodding at different people that have um, experiences in similar areas to what I have, because there were a number of ex-Defence Force personnel that had reached out to me as well and said that they'd been hit up by this guy, and then they saw that he was attacking me, and they, some of them encouraged me and advised me to just block him as well. But I think I said the same thing. The inner child in me just wants to see what else I can draw out of this guy, and see what other out the gate comments he decides to share or post. So we've managed to capture some of those, which is, yeah, interesting. But anyway, where was I? Going always a little further. Who dares wins? The young people that are inspiring and stepping outside of that comfort zone and doing what they do. Why I named the channel Go Always a Little Further, and where that stemmed from and the meaning that it has to me. And I guess, maybe in summary, the counsel that I would give, or the advice that I would give to anybody, regardless of what it is that you're doing, whether you are training to be a professional athlete, whether you are looking to start a new business, online business or whatever, whether you're stepping into the AI space and learning how to utilize agents, starting a podcast, whether you're looking to join the military. There happens to be a number of people that follow my channel from a distance, and some of those that interact with me in the mentoring space, where I'm fortunate to mentor a few people, provide some guidance as well as I can to help steer them in terms of what it is that they're looking to do. Not all of them military, actually the majority of them aren't military. Whether you're looking to go on and do a selection course and go down a career path that inspires you or causes you to feel like that's your purpose and why you're here. Whether it's doing something completely different, whether it's starting something completely different, starting social media, starting a YouTube channel or a podcast. Like, if that's something that you want to do, lean into it. One probably final thing that I'll share, which has come up recently as well, is in regards to the live streams. So, one, acknowledging those that have taken the time to comment and say, hey, Joe, would appreciate it if you had more of a regular schedule for the lives. I've taken that on board. I think I briefly touched on that earlier. Apologies for that, particularly for those that are wanting to take time out of their day or their evening to join one of my lives. And there may only be one person, there may be no people. There's been a number of videos and live streams included where I've literally spoken to nobody. There's been nobody that's joined the live. And sometimes there have been people that have joined a live, which I didn't realize till after, when I've gone back and then had a look. And that may be the case when I have a look at the chat or whatever in this particular live. But in line with that, yeah, I acknowledge that. Apologies about having such an ad hoc schedule, particularly again for those that do want to join the live and or may have questions or just maybe want to engage. So appreciate that. It hasn't gone unnoticed. People did also say to me, you should live stream on platforms like Twitch and Kick, and I think there's another one. I can't remember what it is anyway. But that being said, they then came back and said, oh, actually, this was in conversations, actually, not so much messages. They then came back and said, oh, actually, maybe not those, because I think those are pretty much for gamers, people that play video games and that sort of thing. So, no, I'm not going to be playing video games. But I thought, well, surely it can't just be for those playing video games. Like, although that probably is the vast majority, right? So anyway, I had a little look. I had a little look at Twitch and what did I say? And Kick. And turns out it's not just like the vast majority is video games, but turns out that there are reaction videos on there. I don't know if they call them reaction videos. I think they just call them live streams where they're discussing a topic. And there is other content that's just around people just talking or filming, vlogging, if that's still used today, what it is that they're up to, whether it's in their home, whether it's out and about in the public domain. So obviously they've got a person that can do the videoing for them, whether they are, yeah, whatever it is that they're doing their shopping, watching television, reacting to news clips or articles that have happened or videos. Yes, by and large, playing video games. And I looked at that and thought, oh man, there's a whole bunch of stuff. It's I wouldn't say daunting. It's just like very in your face. Like there's lots of loud sounds, lots of what I would call what appear to be like overreactions in that live streaming space. People are like very expressive, very loud, very lots of uh, yeah, what do you call it? Lots of background noise, lots of um, lots of things in your face in a lot of those streams. Anyway, large can be large numbers or groups jumping around on couches and chairs, shooting each other with stuff. And I get it, like lots of people like watching that stuff, obviously, and it's funny and it's well, I guess it's funny for those that watch it and those that are participating in it. But man, I just think far out. That's not that's not the space. That's not what I see myself doing anyway. At least not right now. And I don't know that I would be interested in being as overt um, and or maybe energetic. Maybe energetic is the right word. Being as overt and energetic as a lot of those live streamers are. But I suppose that's what those platforms require, I guess, without knowing it. Anyway, long story short, I thought, well, bugger it. Like, what's the what's the worst that can happen if I decide to live stream on Twitch, on a platform like Twitch and Kick anyway? Like, what's the worst thing that can happen? Nobody follows, nobody watches. That's the worst thing. So, um, in my head, going always a little further, taking a risk, whatever that is, who knows where it leads or what happens of it. Maybe nothing comes of it. Nothing happens for days, weeks, months, years, or maybe something happens. Who knows what that is, but maybe something happens. Worst case, nothing happens. And so haven't lost anything. I'm still doing my lives anyway, still doing the content that I enjoy and posting it up. And the fact that people don't like it or don't want to watch it or are not interested is neither here nor there. Like that's part of the reality that I accepted before I jumped back on YouTube, before I started doing what it is that I do now. And it's still part of the reality that I accept and the willingness that I have that people just probably won't sit on or won't join a live or won't join a stream or won't watch a video, let alone comment or give it a like, let alone subscribe. Having an understanding of that and being willing to accept that that is a possibility, um, I think for me, just sets myself, at least anyway, and I think anybody, free to just go and do it. Like just go and do whatever it is that you're doing. So if I've done things right, yeah, if I've done things right, I should be simultaneously streaming on YouTube, uh, what did I say? Twitch and Kick. Should be is the key word there in that sentence. So I've probably stuffed it up. I don't know. It said that it's connected. It said that I'm connected to YouTube and those two other platforms, and that this live should be going on there. Who am I speaking to? Is there any comments in the chats? Probably not at all. Am I responding to those comments? No, because I'm not looking at that. I'm just looking at the screen, looking at my blurry background, and trying to look into the camera lens as I speak when I'm not looking around everywhere else. So, why do I share that? You don't have to be. it's my take. You don't have to be young, playing video games and popular or have a massive following to go onto a platform, whatever that is, and look to create and or share and or do something that you enjoy, especially if you've got the time to do it. But more importantly, if you're enjoying what it is that you do, or if you feel like that's what you will enjoy. Connect with people in a certain way. I may not be the best at connecting with those people in terms of engaging and answering questions that come up, because I usually, after I've blurted out what it is that I've been blurting out or what it is that I came onto the video to do, then usually I go back and have a look in the chat section or comments and see if there's anything in the live, if actually anybody was there. So until I get to that point, I don't actually know if there's anybody on there. Usually I get some kind people, some of the followers that follow me on YouTube, like Billy, Buckaroony, or Buck, Paul there, Paul Gould as well. Man, there's a whole bunch of people. Talk 5018, I think, is the handle. Man, there's a number of, like, there's not hundreds, right? But there's a number of regular, seemingly regular people that jump onto a live and then make comments. So apologies if I haven't mentioned your name. I'll try to read out your handle when I get to them. Vanilla Butcher is another one of those. Yeah, anyway, there's a handful of people. I usually don't get to those until I've finished rambling on about what it is that I'm talking about, and then I go and have a look at the chats and see if there's anything in there. Sometimes there's nothing in there. Sometimes there's other people having their own conversations in the chat and not even talking to me. So they're having their own conversation, which is fine as well. But I think, where was I going with it? I think if there's something that you want to do, bloody get after it, man. Go and do it. Step into it, lean into that uncertainty, that awkwardness, that uncomfortable feeling, and figure it out along the way. People have often asked, because a number of people that follow me are aware of how fearful I was when I was in high school to stand up and speak in front of people. And people have often said, what would you tell yourself now, knowing what you know now, back then, to give you confidence? And I think I've thought about that. The more I've thought about it, the more I think to myself, I wouldn't want to tell myself anything. Why? Because where I am now and looking back at that, identifying the things, little bumps along the way that I've gone through and will continue to go through, as with all of us, I think, evidence has shown that without being told anything back then, I'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, whatever that is. Have I got it sussed? Is it perfect to the point whereby I know exactly what it is that I'm doing, where it is that I could be, where it is that I could go? No. But that's part of the ride, part of the journey. I'll figure it out along the way. So my response to that question, when it has come, what would I like to tell myself, or what would I tell myself back then when I was that, little pimple-faced teenager in high school who was scared to stand up and speak in a classroom of my own peers, and by and large, mostly too fearful to stand up and speak in front of my own predominantly friends in that classroom, and a teacher or teachers that were there to actually help me and who wanted to help me. I wouldn't tell myself anything. I'd, go and figure it out, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Stay the course with whatever it is that you're doing. Try to hold on to the things that you've been taught. But I wouldn't tell myself anything, like, just crack on. So if I had that opportunity to go back and tell myself something, yeah, I would politely decline that opportunity to go back. I don't think there's any need for me or for any of us to go back and tell ourselves anything. Like, you've obviously gotten to where you've gotten. I'm where I'm at now because I managed to figure out a few things along the way. Is it perfect? Is it great? Is it? Am I super successful? Well, that's a person's own perspective and take on where they're at in their life, and or what it is and where it is that they plan on going in the future. So, am I where I would like to be right now? I think probably the answer to that question is more, I would say, I'm where I'm meant to be right now, rather than, am I where I would like to be? There's lots of places I would like to be right now, but I'm not. The reality is is that I'm where I'm meant to be right now. And for me, that's enough. That's good enough. So with that, I guess personal reflection and my take on in terms of my particular progression, or other people's progression in terms of what it is that they're doing or working towards, is that everything will work out the way it's meant to. Um, Things have in the past, things are right now in the present, and things will work out the way that they're meant to going forward. If I'm wanting to um, grow a channel, or if I'm wanting to grow an audience, for want of a better term, and engage with more people and have a following, which allows other things to happen, well, I think that will happen in time and when it's meant to happen. If it doesn't happen, again, if I'm enjoying doing what I'm doing, which I am, it's not going to affect what I do or how I go about doing it. Or actually, it might affect how I go about doing things, because each time, hopefully I can get better. So if I'm, hopefully, touch wood, if I am actually live streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at the same time, if I've actually hit those settings and done that correctly, then that's a win. But if I'm not, and I'm sitting here saying that I am, well, then that's rubbish, eh? And I have got some more work to do, um, and more improvements to make. So how I go about doing those things, will be a determining factor in terms of the progression, if I make any progression, in terms of how I progress, in terms of what I'm doing now. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. It makes sense in my head anyway. But yeah, that's what I wanted to cover off on the messages that I got in and around why, or what does go always a little further mean to me, and why did I name the channel that? Where's Brad Spears gone? Why isn't that guy commenting? Um, and then yeah, I've joined Twitch and Kick. Nothing may happen from that. I have no idea how it's going to go, or what that platform, what I can and can't do. So I guess I'll find out. I don't know what their copyright striking policy is. Things that I probably should read up on. And so, but mind you, I didn't read up on the copyright striking policy on YouTube either. It wasn't until I got whacked with my first copyright strike that I had a look and saw. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, all right. Well, I'll try not to do that again. So I think I've been given a lot of. It seems like I've been given a lot of grace by YouTube in terms of the copyright notices that I receive, but they always, well, not always, apart from one time, the majority of the time they tack on the end, this is not a copyright strike. So yeah, so I've got heaps of copyright notices that I've received, but I've only got one copyright strike on YouTube. Who knows? Maybe I just get banned from the other platforms straight away for whatever it is that I'm broadcasting live, because maybe it breaches whatever it is that they do. I don't know a lot about it, but I know, if there's one thing that I know, it's that I'm not going to learn any more about those things by sitting back and not taking action and doing anything about it. So, yeah, that's my take. Hopefully, I've answered those questions as well as I can, and rambled on about a whole bunch of other stuff that you didn't ask for, but you got anyway. Yes, you're welcome. Where are we? Let's have a look. See if there is. This is when I usually go and try to find the chat and see if there's anything in there. Da, da, da. Let's have a look. Oh, there is. So there are some comments in here. What's this? Poetic Us FX8. Same good mantra. Thank you for stopping by. Vanilla Butcher, there we go. 5857. Good morning. Good morning to you. Are we still morning or afternoon? Probably afternoon now. Yeah, afternoon, with me rambling on. Solly Speed appears to have good athleticism. Is this, oh yeah, Usher Speed saw a vid of him jumping over cars driving towards him at speed. Bloody hell, yeah, he's done some. He seems very athletic, all right. Sean Ryan, Hugh Keir do monthly Zoom calls, either channel supporters who subscribe on Patreon. Would you do this? Help you connect more with viewers. I'm open to doing it. Oh, sorry, this thing bloody scrolls up because I'm a super fast reader. Yeah, that's something that I actually, Solly, you know what? You've been a really kind supporter of my little space for a long time, and you've suggested that more than once. So that's probably something I should do. I I need to, yeah, I'll do that. I'll look to do that. Just maybe it's something for what has he got for either channel supporters who subscribe. I think maybe that's part of what I do with the lives. Well, that was my intention anyway, doing lives so that people can, like yourself, whether they're members or subscribers. They don't even have to be a subscriber. Actually, the way I set up the lives and the settings on there, I have it set up so that anybody can comment, unless I am actually doing a live for members. So I don't know if that's what you mean, or their Zoom calls. If that's something in addition to, is that like a members only? If that was the case, I could do a members only live call rather than Zoom, if that makes sense for those members, if they did want to have access or ask questions or whatever specifically. I'm happy to do something like that. So maybe I'll put up in a post and see if for a members only one, and there is see if there are people that want to join. I never thought of that. I just thought do a standard, live call like what I do here and now, or like what I'm doing here and now. And if there are any members that wanted to join, or non-members that wanted to comment or join in, then they could. But I'll take that on board, Solly. So thanks for that. Solly 1234 AWD2. Thank you for that. Xavier Garbin, you are doing a great job. Keep on posting. Hey, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time, spending any time here. Solly's sound going bad now, mate. Oh no. So apologies for that. If the sound on what I was doing, or since I've been talking, was rubbish, my apologies. I'm using the little microphone here, still working, but maybe it was just my voice. What are we? So sorry about the sound for those that Solly mentioning, letting me know. Oh, bloody hell. My bloody, what's the name? My speed reading is just not keeping up with the things that keep scrolling up. Luckily, there's not massive amounts of comments coming through. What's this? Good now. Oh, okay. Sean Ryan doesn't mind people sharing his content as it helps his channel grow. Mr. Beast is the same. Sharing their content helps them gain more viewers. Yeah, I thought I saw that. So that's why I was talking about that. But yeah, I get some people. Mind you, there hasn't been too many people, but yeah, that comment did make me laugh around the stealing content. I've seen them both say this. Hugh Keir is the same. I pity Brad. I think he probably has mental health problems. Yeah, probably. Poor fella. Dazza, spot on, bro. Crack on. Let the mistakes commence and the growth begin. Yeah, appreciate you, bro. Thanks for stopping by, man. I know you've got stuff on and you're busy in your neck of the woods. So you and Solly, overseas, and spending any time here is appreciated, brothers. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, see, Solly knows. Good to see you on. Well, you might want to tell your younger self to not be stubborn and do the course the Australian SAS wanted you to do. Yeah, it's probably, yeah, you know what? In saying that, there probably are some things that I probably should tell myself, Tell myself what the lotto numbers are. Go back. The lotto numbers on this day for Powerball are going to be this. But yeah, that's probably one of those things, Yeah, tell myself, don't be a bloody egg and bloody crack on with that course, you bloody clown. Me, that is. There's a, where are we? Sorry, just, where are we? Brad's health improving. Where are we? You good soul brother. Oh, good one, in fact. Yeah. Yeah, mate, health been improving, and drop the message to your hater. Hopefully he'll see the light. Don't know if you have Instagram, but Joe had a more extreme hater called Brad Smith. Oh, you're getting haters too, Dazza. Far out. Yeah, crazy. Oh, well, each to their own, eh? Bloody clowns. Might have even ended up over here at some point if he made different decisions.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, who knows, eh? So then he could have served. Oh, how good would that have been? I say good for me, maybe not so good for those guys if I even made it that far. eBaby Secrets. Hey, eBaby Secrets, thank you for your man, that comment that you put in on one of my lives recently. I think it was a live. After the live was done, like the write up. Bloody awesome stuff, man. Like really thought provoking. Anyway, as I read it, I was like, wow, very articulate in terms of the comments, and also appreciate your comments about Harry Moffat as well. What have you got here? Your strength is your mindset of overcoming adversity, which built resilience. It's having clarity, focus, discipline by stepping into the unknown. It identifies your strength of who dares wins. That's cool, man. Yeah, I think that's an important part for anybody, and I think anybody has that within them. It's just maybe finding those things that helps draw that out and helps create enough drive and desire in people or in the individual to want to go after and chase that thing, whatever it is. So that's yeah, that's cool. Another insightful message from this person. I don't, bro. I couldn't put up with that constantly. Exactly. What's that? Sorry. Exactly. There's been a few Kiwis in Tutu. Yeah, yeah. Some good guys that have gone over there. There might still be some, at least maybe one's over there now that I know of that might still be serving. I think he might have switched over and maybe an officer now. But yeah, there's been a bunch of good dudes from NZ that have gone over, and they've been made to feel welcome by the guys over there in the UK. Obviously, the banter and chat is just a part of whatever happens, no matter where you are. But the Kiwis that have gone over there have, like the guys that I know anyway, have had nothing but really positive, good things to say about the lads there in the unit. As I didn't expect anything else either from them in terms of positive comments about the lads over there. What are we? Depending on his luck, he might have got investigated along. I hope guys being investigated get better treatment. Holy heck. Yeah, bloody hell. I'm not laughing at Jay and them being investigated. That's a bloody terrible thing, and that bloody Jenkins twat in terms of what he's done. And I'm only basing that based on what I've heard Jay Cal speak about it. Jay Cal's come out, spoken on the Sean Ryan interview on the podcast, on the Sean Ryan show, sorry, spoken about what's happened to him, the treatment of it. And if the members of the Defence Force that were part of that had any spine, and if they wanted to counter that and call Jay out for defamation or whatever, none of them have done that. None of them have come put up their hand and say, we didn't treat them like that. That's not what we did. He's lying, this, that, and the other. So it just, seems to me, it doesn't seem like Jay's got anything to hide or lose. And there has been a comment from people saying, the investigation needed to run. A concern was raised. So the investigation took place, and people are upset with Jenkins for authorizing it. And those soldiers have since been found innocent. So what are they whinging about? Essentially, that's what it seems like. I just think to myself, man, that's only a small part of it. Yeah, they've been found innocent, but as he showed on the Sean Ryan show, the letter that he's received, they're not out of the woods. Like there's nothing that exonerates them completely and says they don't have to worry anymore. They've been found innocent at this time based on the evidence, from what I could understand. They've been found innocent at this time based on the evidence that's been provided in relation to that particular event or those events that they've been accused of committing war crimes on. But in the letter, if I remember correctly, and I can't remember it word for word, it's something along the lines of, but should new evidence come to light, then they'll reopen that investigation and they'll go again. Like, so they're not clear. And then that's when I saw comments from people saying this has been going on for years, more than 2, 3, 4 decades, of those that served and fought in Northern Ireland. So, for that guy to be sitting there, whoever he is, to sit back and say, "Oh, Jay Cowell and them are all right now, like they've been found innocent. What are they whinging for?" I don't think that those are the exact words, but that's the way I interpreted it as I read some of those comments. That's what seems to be implied. Like, they're fine. They've been found innocent, so they don't need to worry. Well, that's not the case. Like, they've got this cloud hanging over them for an undetermined period of time, whereby new charges could come back and be laid at their feet, and they could be dragged through the coals again. It's just, it's piss poor and it's not right. And so, yeah, I don't agree with those comments or with that twat Jenkins for what he decided and chose to do, appeasing whoever it was. Like, if there's legitimate, and the reason that I say that as well is because, as Jay Cal has mentioned, there's footage. They've got the footage of that incident in question, which shows that they did nothing wrong. The ISR is up overhead, capturing everything that's happening. So why is that even going to be investigated? Why are their homes being raided? Him and his teammates. Why are they being accused and treated so poorly by members of the Defence Force in their own area, and seemingly not really getting the support that they, that I would have thought that they should have. But anyway, where are we? Dun, dun, dun. Where are we? Hope guys been sorry. My granddad's best pal is a Kiwi. Nice, awesome. They're good guys. Thanks, Solly. Appreciate it. As long as there's agendas to push, it's hard to see that happen, bro. 100%. Yeah, some good comments in here. Where are we up to? Sorry, my super fast reading is thing when the comments come in. Luckily, I've seen some of those lives, and I have no idea how people do it on lives when things are just blurring up. Like, they've got it sitting in the corner of their stuff, and there's like a bazillion comments going up. I think I get it, whereby those popular streamers don't respond to every question in there. It's just a whole bunch of people in the chat, but that's crazy. Like, I'm just sitting here looking at this thinking, I'm glad I don't have anything like that on mine, because I actually don't mind reading through the comments and then trying to respond to those that take the time to put a comment in. Rubber Kiwi, that's another one as well. Sorry, I just seen that pop up. Where are we? Zoom call is members only, but guys can speak to each other and even show themselves on vid. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about now. Yeah, maybe I'll put that out as a question, see if people want to do that. I don't know if people want to. Like, I'd love to see the faces of people that would take time to subscribe and support my channel. I've been fortunate to meet some of those people that do that in person. And I've have I met any online? No, I don't think I've met. Oh no, yeah, I have, with some of the mentoring and stuff that I do. I have met some online, but yeah, I'd love to. If people wanted to do that, that's cool. Okay, let me look into that. I get where you're coming from now. That might be something that members might be interested in. So yeah, cool. Where have you been, or is the algorithm being a dick? No, I have not been on here for a while doing lives, just because I've been working on some other stuff, in particular the project that my wife and I were working on. There's been some development issues in that space with the developer. They would probably say with me, but what was agreed in the scope of work and that sort of thing, without getting into all the details, we've just sort of hit a bit of a obstacle, and trying to work through that. It's not going as smooth as I would like, I'll be honest. But hey, it is what it is. I never expected it to go smooth sailing. Something was bound to pop up whereby some challenges happen, as with anything. And so, yeah, just got to work through it, which is what I'm trying to do now. Where are we? My pleasure, brother. I think he might love me, to be honest. This must be your hater, Dazza. Yeah, I'm sure he does. He's probably like a journeyman that stopped by here from time to time and said some comments. He's probably, I think some other people said, just give him a like. He may be sitting on this live right now, or maybe he's coming back to have a look at it later. Who knows? But it's funny anyway. Re-evidence that's debatable. Daz has 2 haters, Joe. Whoa, you've got 2. Lucky you. Greedy bugger. But that's the internet for you. Connects you to the good and bad. Yeah, 100%. Hate, in my opinion, is ignorance, just projections. Yeah, cool point. I would debate it till my face went red of embarrassment. Crack up. Investigations can last years and put immense mental, 100% strain on soldiers and their families. Jay mentioned another SAS guy investigated with him had his, oh bloody hell, there goes my quick reading again, had his relationship with his sister irreversibly damaged. Yeah, that's sad, eh? Like, but you know, that as well, like family relationships, marriages, disconnection from children, some of the stuff that I've heard and the impacts that that's had on people. Heston Russell has spoken about some of this. And then on top of that, you add suicide for those soldiers. Man, it's just, it's easy to sit back, and go, oh, well, if they've done nothing wrong, why have they committed suicide? Like, those twats just need to shut their faces. They have no idea because they haven't been put in that situation. I have no idea how hard that must be, knowing that you've done nothing wrong, but you've been accused, made to look. The media's perpetuated that story, that scenario, that narrative to make you look like a bad guy, and your family have been caught in the crux of it. So when your wife goes out or your children go out and they're like, "Oh, is that your husband? Is that your dad?" Other little kids being kids, they don't know any better. They start attacking the other children or the children of that person, saying your dad's this, your dad's that, or whatever the case might be. That's going to have massive flow-on effect when your children come home, when your spouse comes home, and they're trying to hide or they share with you the person that's been investigated. This is me making assumptions, right? And then now you've got to carry that as well. Like, your family are the target of things that are untrue, but because it's been pushed and pumped in the media and so harshly driven, they're now, um, some people might say, collateral damage. I don't know if collateral is the right term, but they're now part of the equation and they're now part of that strain and that burden that now has to be carried. And trying to find a way through that, I can't even imagine what that must be like for those people. So the strength that they have and the resilience that they have to ride that out, like the Heston Russells of the world, like the Jay Cowles of the world, like other people that have faced that adversity. And I'll go so far as to say, like the Ben Roberts-Smiths of the world, who's going through it right now, like Oliver Schultz, who I don't know, but I assume he's fighting and going through stuff like that right now. He was the first person arrested, charged and arrested. Ben Roberts-Smith has been the second person charged and arrested, as far as I'm aware. They're fighting, excuse me, they're fighting those charges and that process right now. But not only them, their family, their loved ones are all part of that mix. And what a heavy burden that must be to have to carry. And so again, it's all well and good, very easy to sit on the sidelines, I imagine, and sit back and go, well, if you've done nothing wrong, you don't need to commit suicide. You shouldn't even be contemplating it. Like, people that say comments like that, the ignorant people that say comments like that, just need to pull their heads in or shut their face completely and just disengage from it. But they won't. They won't. I have, I know in other videos and times when I've been interviewed, or when I was interviewed by my brother-in-law, at least anyway, and I've shared this on other videos, Q&A, people have asked me about my thoughts on suicide. I have a first cousin that sadly committed suicide over in Australia, without going into the details there. Prior to that, and still my position on that, or my thoughts on that, as ignorant as they may be, but in saying that, probably got a little bit more context in terms of what I've spoken about just now. I don't think suicide is a good choice or an option that people should take. That's just my personal view. I've shared in the past, and I still feel like that to this day. I feel like it's taking the easy way out of something. That's just me, because let's be honest, it's much harder. This is just my take. It's much harder. It's much more lonely. It's much more miserable. It's much more difficult to stay in the fight for something. Um, whether you feel passionately about it, whether you're right and somebody else is wrong, or whether you're wrong and somebody else is right, yeah, it plays a part. But my take is it's far more miserable to stay in something that is hard, that is draining, that's pulling you down, as opposed to just ending it. That's right or wrong. That's my take. Everybody will have their own points of view and opinions, and I'm happy for people to share theirs. And if it's different to mine, all well and good. I don't expect, and I acknowledge 100% that people aren't going to agree with me. But my personal take is it's much harder to stay in the crap, to stay in the misery, to stay in that difficult and challenging time than it is to just end it. Some might then say, well, it depends on how you end it. Like, there could be some pretty painful, miserable, brutal ways to end it, and I don't want to go down that path. But I think the essence of it, people probably hopefully get what I'm getting at. Like, sticking around and fighting and working through that is harder than just calling it quits, pulling the plug, and no longer being present on this earth to communicate, to interact, to be there for other people. And so because of that, I think it's a cheapskate way of avoiding the challenges and the difficulties that we have. And by all means, I'm no expert on life's misery and life's challenges, and I don't profess to have experienced all the misery and heartache and pain that would cause people to have those thoughts and go down that path, because I haven't. And so again, I could be one of those people that people go, well, I should shut my face as well. I shouldn't be talking about it. If you haven't experienced all of those things, then who am I, rightly so, who am I to sit in the comfort of my chair looking at a screen and speak to this topic about, people that tragically, sadly choose to take their own lives. I wish people didn't do that. I wish people wouldn't do that. In terms of when they're facing adversity. But the reality is that does happen. Do I have all the answers for it? No, I don't have that either. All I have is just my take, my opinion. Like I said, I think it's much harder to stay in the fight when things are hard rather than pulling the pin. Because as hard and as difficult as they are, and maybe right now, my experience is that things do get better. They can and they will get better if you want them to. There may be some things that people have committed and done whereby they, there's potentially, they feel like there's no point of return for what they've done. That's probably a different context and a different story. So if you're talking about people that do illegal activities and commit blinking hideous crimes against other people, while I've shared my opinions on those, if somebody's going to rape and murder other people, then I think they should just get the death penalty. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, versus keeping that person in a corrections facility, fed 3 times a day, housed, clothed, given certain privileges, albeit a lot of privileges are taken away. But you're funding and paying a person that is openly abused, harmed another person, and then murdered them, and then you're keeping them around for what? You said that they're going into prison for life, but then they get to come out on parole or bail after 10, 15, 20 years or whatever. So to me, that doesn't make sense. But I'm no legal professional either. I'm no Einstein there. So that's just my take from an outsider's perspective looking in. If that's what somebody chooses to do, then I don't see why taxpayers should need to continue funding their living, albeit it may not be a super luxurious lifestyle, as it shouldn't be if they've done things like that. But why bother in the first place? If life is life, like they're in prison for life, then they should be staying there for life, not getting released after 20, 30 years because they've done some courses to try to improve. Like, you could save a heck of a lot of time, probably save and make budgets a lot healthier, I'm guessing, if we did away with that type of what's an incarceration or imprisonment, and just just cut it away. Dead weight, as far as I'm concerned. Right or wrong, people may not like that comment. They might not like my point of view. Nobody's asking you to stick around if you don't like it or agree with it. Like, that's fine. That's your prerogative. You know, feel free to add your comments and stuff in. But anyway, how the hell did I get onto that? I don't know. I can't remember. It was something to do with the comments from Solly about the investigations. Oh yeah, and then I was the one that flipped it and started talking about, you know, suicide and the challenges and stuff. And people that haven't been through that, haven't walked in their shoes, you know, don't really have a lot to say, including me. So I can sit and share my thought that I don't think it's right, that I don't think you should commit suicide, whether you've done something right or wrong. Obviously, context, depending on what that wrong is. But if it's a thing like, you know, if it's a divorce and you've split up from the person that you love, or your children aren't talking to you anymore, or, you know, things like that, which are pretty bad. You know, I'm not saying that they're easy to get over or that they would be easy to cope with, but they're different to somebody that's doing criminal illegal activity and or is committing offenses against innocent people and then looking to try to get away with that. You know, those are sort of, in my head, those are different different scenarios, and therefore different consequences should take place. Anyway, where am I? I'm probably way off track, and there's probably some comments that have come through going, what are you on about? Greedy bugger. Yeah, I read that. That's the internet for you. Holy heck. Sorry, there are a lot of questions, and now I bloody has gone and scrolled past. Debate. Yep, that was the last one, I think. Investigations can last years. Jamie Chinner, blah, blah, blah. Yep. So that's where I was on Solly's last comment. Irreversibly damaged. One of the dudes thinks he's doing the right thing, at least. The other, how do I bring up the... Are you able to stop the comments from scrolling until I've been able to read them? Not you, I mean me. I'm talking to myself here. I was onto Daz's comment. One of the... Oh, bloody hell. One of the dudes thinks you're right. The other, I would let my dog chew for his comments. Yeah. Accusations can turn soldiers, friends, and families against them. Yeah, to be accused of murder is no small thing. 100%. And I think for me, the disappointing thing is in the Ben Roberts-Smith case is that apparently there are several other soldiers that have been granted immunity. And I know the Kyle Stefanovic show, the Australian TV show presenter, has spoken about this and or interviewed people, I think. He has spoken about that there are several other operators from, I think, the SAS regiment who have been granted immunity, even though they are the ones who allegedly carried out the execution. That's what it's been alleged or framed as. Under apparently Ben Roberts-Smith, a high-ranking corporal, I say that sarcastically, who has given the instruction to these operators to execute these unarmed detainees. I just don't agree with that in terms of the individuals, if the allegations are true and if the allegations of those other soldiers are the ones that actually carried out the action, regardless of whether they were ordered to or not, or told to by RS and they were scared because he was a VC winner that they have to do what he says. I don't know what their rationale is for it. For them to carry it out, and I've spoken about this in a live before, in that moment whereby they must have thought, oh, this doesn't feel right, doesn't sound right, but I'm going to do it anyway. And then go, oh, I don't like that. Like, I feel really bad. I'm having trouble sleeping because of what I did, but I wouldn't have done it if he didn't tell me to do it. So just shifting blame, pointing fingers, and looking to distance themselves from the rubbish that they've done, if that is what they've done, and then pointing the finger and say it's all his fault. Well, I don't agree with that. I think that's just rubbish. Like, credit to you if you want to own up and take responsibility and admit that you've done something wrong. So in that case, if that wasn't part of what you were supposed to do, and if it didn't feel right, and you achieved your mission, yet you were on a kill capture task, so you could have by rights executed him, from what I understand on that ROE 429 Alpha, if it's the right one. But instead, you chose to detain the person, question them for intel, which is smart, I think. But then, after that, then decided, okay, I'm going to drop him now anyway. Well, then, my opinion, I think that's wrong. Like, you just defeated the purpose of detaining them in the first place. Get information, send them up the pipeline, get more information is what I would say to do. Is what I would have thought would happen. But if you didn't do that, and then you've carried out the allegation that's been laid, and now you can't sleep as a result of it, and you feel like you being able to sleep better or have peace is going to come through pointing the finger and blame at somebody else, in this case RS, if this is what's happened, then I think you're just a dickhead. That's my honest take. I think you're an idiot. How is that going to help you sleep better at night? So that's the first one. Second one is, why wait for several years? Why wait until RS was out of the unit before you raised it, before bringing it up? Now, if you brought it up whilst you were still in and whilst RS was still in the unit, if you brought it up there and then, like the after action review, the debrief, whatever, if you brought it up, awesome. Credit to you. You've raised it. Who did you raise it to? That's the next question. Who in the hierarchy did you raise it to? Because clearly you didn't raise it to the all-powerful, high-ranking corporal of Ben Robert-Smith. You must have raised it higher up the food chain. So who did you raise it to? And then what actions were taken from there? There's lots of questions. There's lots of things that I don't have the answers for. And maybe the trial will bring all of that stuff out. What I'm getting at is, other people then, if it's been escalated within a timely manner, and the timely manner would be, don't do it right there and then. If it looks wrong, if it feels wrong, if it sounds wrong in that moment when you've been asked or told, in this case, as it's been alleged by RS, to execute an unarmed detainee, then do something about it right there and then. Do something about it right there and then with the rest of the team present. Don't wait until whatever the patrol's finished, you come back, maybe days go by, it's not raised in the debrief initially. Once you get back, maybe weeks, months go by, maybe years go by. Don't bring it up then. Bring it up there and then keep following up on it. Make sure, try to make sure that that doesn't happen, those allegations, if that's what's happened, to prevent that. If it happens anyway, make sure that it's not because of you, because you felt like you had to obey the orders of the all-powerful corporal, regardless of whether it's RS or anybody. A corporal is not a high rank. Yep, they are a patrol commander. They are typically an experienced soldier. And by that stage, if the allegations are true, RS probably would have had a decade of experience under his belt of serving in the regiment. So that carries some weight. Yep. But like I said, if it looks wrong, if it sounds wrong, if it feels wrong, you as the individual, then you don't do that. And if you've got an unarmed detainee who is unarmed and you are being told to, based on the allegations, if you've been told to execute that person, and to you it looks, sounds, and feels wrong, then surely there's only one answer. You don't do it. But again, I acknowledge I wasn't there on the ground, right? And it's very easy for me to sit back in my armchair, in hindsight, with assumptions, and go, you don't do that. Not being there, not being in that environment, not knowing if the people that they had detained had actually shot, killed, and or wounded some of their mates or some of their brothers. Like, very easy, the whole bunch of other things that I'm not privy to because I wasn't there. But as people listen to, and eventually hopefully we get to see the trial play out, although I don't know if it will, those individuals that have been granted immunity for their key role and their part that they played, I just don't think is right. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it provides a level of justice. And I don't think, in all honesty, if this is why those people are bringing out these allegations because they can't live with themselves, or because they can't sleep at night, or because they're having issues, I don't know how just shifting all the direction and the blame to one person, in this case RS, makes you feel any better. If anything, I would have thought it would make you feel like a coward for not standing up and speaking in the first place. It would make you feel and seem gutless, because you're willing to put RS, his face, his family, everybody that he knows, his parents, etc., in the limelight, but you want to stay out of it because you don't have the courage to put your face in front of the camera and go, here I am. I'm the person that raised these allegations. I was there. This is what happened. I did this. This is what I did because I was told to do this. But more than that, because I was, just be honest about it. I was scared because he's a VC winner. I didn't want to question him. I felt like nobody, whatever it is, if that's the case, then share your side. Don't share your side behind a blanked out face and an altered voice while throwing somebody else under the bus. That's what it seems like to me. And again, that's my bias coming through because, I consider RS a friend, even though I haven't communicated with him for many years now. And, I don't think that that's right in terms of if you've been part of that, why would you be satisfied or happy and just pointing and blaming one other person? Like there just seems to be nobody else in this equation. Seems to be no other leaders that are being questioned. What did they know about it? And if they knew about it, what did they do about it? There seems to be no questions around who those individuals who are raising the allegations, who did they escalate it to in their chain of command, in the hierarchy? And if so, and if they did raise it, who did they raise it to? What did that hierarchy member do, or those hierarchy members do? What was the outcome? Are there reports documented? Clearly, there's some phone conversations that have been recorded whereby witnesses have recorded some of the conversations that they've had with RS. They've been happy to share that with the media. Is there anything documented about who things were reported to in the hierarchy of the regiment at the time when these things were allegedly happening? There just seems to be so many holes and gaps in it that I just, again, from a non-legal perspective, I don't know how or why. I don't know how it's got into that stage and or how a beyond reasonable doubt result can come of it. But who knows, eh? That's my rant going off topic in terms of I'll blame Solly. It was his question that he had on there and the impact that it can have, legitimately, the impact that it can have on families, loved ones, friends, etc. So now I've got to try to find where that comment was in amongst all the seems like other comments that have been coming in. Thank you, like anybody that's on here. I acknowledge it is Friday, the 5th of June, and it's almost 1:10 in the afternoon here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm not sure what the time is there in the UK or other places where people may be, but clearly people are taking time out of their schedule to comment on here. And thank you for taking time, like appreciate it. What's this relationship? Got that one of the, so I read that one, Chua's leg, accusations, no small thing, bloody hell. I just got to that and then it scrolled down again. Where are we? I'm laughing because of I know I'm probably just going to get to it and then it's going to scroll. Like what it does is it scrolls all the way up to the bottom. So the most recent comment, it shifts everything that I'm reading as I'm trying to start from the top and work my way down and then just go straight to the bottom. So then I've got to scroll back up. Sometimes it's not about being good, it's about being worse. Great representative of all New Zealanders, Rubber Kiwi 79. Dazza, I know who. Bloody hell. It did it again. Oh, actually, what's this? Download a text file of this conversation. Oh, I'm going to see if this does anything. Hang on. Okay, and then I'm going to see if I can open that up. Let's do this. Wish me luck. Oh, bloody hell. Hang on. Oh, come on. Sorry if I've gone off screen. That's because I'm bloody useless trying to get this sorted out. Okay, hang on. Here we go. Let's open that up. Holy heck, that looks huge as I open that up. Where have I gone? So I don't know if I'm still there. I managed to download a text file. Is this still going? Oh, yeah, it looks like it's still going. Anyway, let's see where we are. Stubborn did that one. Zoom calls did that. Internet for you. Oh, debate till my face went red of embarrassment. Investigations, yeah, read that. So it's open up as a text document. I get it. It's probably not going to have all the comments on here, but at least I don't have to keep scrolling. So, oh yeah, Daz is one. One of the dudes thinks he's doing the right thing. At least the other, I would let my dog chew for his comments. Accusations can turn. Yeah, I read this one as well. Thanks, Solly. To be accused of murder is no small thing. 100%. Rubber Kiwi. Sometimes it's not about being. Oh yeah, I read that one as well. Thank you. I know who you're speaking about, mate. Absolutely horrible stuff. Solly J. Cal said Jenkins triggered the investigation knowing they were innocent, but to make himself look good at investigating crime on a video telephone conference. Again, that's just rubbish, eh? Jenkins, the bloody twat. And I don't even know the guy. I think he's the new Sea Lord or whatever bloody position that is. But as I listened to J. Cal, without knowing J. Cal personally, like just speaking very clear, calmly, seems honest and transparent. And like I said, and he spoke about, they got video footage and evidence that they did nothing wrong. So why have the investigation go ahead? Why allow your soldiers and troops to be treated that way? To have MPs come to the home, raid, treat the men, the soldiers, like criminals in front of their families. Why would you allow that to happen? If you want to allow an investigation to happen, could you not, and you know that they're innocent because you got video evidence, could you not treat them with a bit more respect? Like, surely. Anyway, there's that they will always drag out cases like that for as long as they can. Look at the Troubles, for example. Yeah. So Northern Ireland, the stuff that's happening there, and soldiers that have had, what do they call it? The sword of Damocles hanging over their heads for, more than a decade, multiple decades, never knowing if there's going to be something else that pops up. So never being able to, sort of rest. That's exactly what happened. Are you in England? Oh, yeah, this is Rubber Kiwi talking. Dazza, yeah, man, still looking forward to some of your programs. Is that for me? Poeticus FX8 programs? You mean training programs? Maybe? Not sure. Sorry if that is what it is. Because Jenkins was under pressure by BBC report on Afghan war crime report that I think might have been critical for him. Don't quote me. I think J. Cal spoke a little bit about that. I can't remember exactly, on the Sean Ryan show, about Jenkins being under investigation. So he needed something to distract and, make him look good. Bloody these mongrels, man. By the way, Dean Stott, SBS has been on HRC recently. Oh, okay. What's it like on the ground? Dean Stott. I have heard the name. I can't picture him though, but I have heard that name through social media on YouTube. Any resemblance to what's been reported online or exaggerated? His interview will be released in coming weeks, I think. Okay. Hey, bruv, you were in one hour with Range Rewati. Possibly. I'd have to see the face. The name sounds familiar, but I think I'd probably need to see the face. That's from the Windy 45. There's good days and bad days, mate. It's not as bad as you might think, but it's getting to a boiling point. I've said it since at least 2017. Get gradually worse. Yeah, man. I think that was Rubber Kiwi's question to Daz, especially, or maybe not especially, but it didn't help the Henry Nowak or Norwick. Sorry if I'm saying his name wrong, who sadly passed away. The young fella that was stabbed by that bloody twat carrying his religious dagger for whatever reason. I don't get how that, like, it's just a knife, basically. If you're going to let one person carry a dagger for religious reasons or carry a knife, essentially, then, what's to stop other people from walking around openly carrying machetes? Say it's for a religious reason. It's just, it's nuts. It's stupid, but interesting to hear your thoughts in terms of what's happening, and sad that things are getting worse or have been getting worse. Where am I? By the way, Joe, did you see my email on Jenkins being supported by a Royal Marine and Ben Griffin being called a coward by a 2-2 guy? Thoughts? I did see that. I haven't read through it all, but yeah, I will give my thoughts on that. I think just initially, I haven't read the stuff on Jenkins fully, but the guy sounds like maybe he's worked with Jenkins. Is he another Rupert? Is he? So that's my first question. Is he another Rupert supporting another Rupert? No offense to the good Ruperts out there, but you know, the O Club, Boys Club are gonna stick by each other. Royal Marine officer, is he? Jenkins been supported by a Royal Marine. I don't know if he's an officer. Supporting Jenkins in what capacity? I'm not completely sure. Is he saying that Jenkins is a good lad and you know what he did was right, and the fact that he was being called into question by the BBC, you know, he's still a good guy, even though it seems like he used the investigation to distract from whatever rubbish he was involved in or doing. I don't know. So I'd have to have a read of that, but thank you for sending that through. And then as for the other one, and Ben Griffin being called a coward by a 2-2 guy. Excuse me. My thoughts on that, without having read it, I don't know who the 2-2 guy is. I think you put in that video that he's on a podcast with Brent Tucker on the Tier 1 podcast. So, you know, there's somebody who's ex-2-2 member putting his face out in public and calling another former member, in this case it sounds like Ben Griffin, an ex-2-2 SAS member, a coward. I'm sure he has his reasons, is what I would say about that. I don't know either of those gentlemen. What I do know is that they must be pretty good soldiers to have got into where they've got into, and their experiences with each other. Maybe they've worked closely together. I don't know. If the other guy is calling Ben Griffin a coward, you know, that's his take, that's his perspective, that's his observation, and possibly that's based on his firsthand experience of working with Ben. So, you know, I can't really comment on that other than saying it you know, doesn't look or sound good. The regiment probably wouldn't like it. It would probably be in that space of you know, in the SF space of Desperate Housewives. So the what's the name? The I say that comment because I read that in one of the comments on the Antihero podcast, where there were people saying watching the drama unfold in the US SF community is better than watching Desperate Housewives or the Kardashians or something like that. It had those sort of words and comments in there anyway, and it just made me crack up because I thought, yeah, man, it's probably not that I've watched those shows, but it probably is good viewing for people that are interested and or that want to see some drama. So maybe this ex-2-2 guy calling Ben Griffin a coward, I'm sure there's more context to it which I haven't seen and I don't know. Maybe that's, you know, maybe it's sitting in that same sort of area or category, which probably isn't great for the regiment, probably isn't viewed very positively by operators within the unit, unless of course you sit in either one of those camps, unless you're in the camp of, you know, acknowledging and supportive of what Ben Griffin did, and or if you're not. So each to their own though, but that's my thoughts. I'll have a look at and have a read of the stuff that you sent, because I think you sent a bunch of screenshots which have the comments in there from people or from the person supporting that twat Jenkins. I would probably say now, regardless of whoever that Royal Marine is that's supporting Jenkins, is likely not going to skew my opinion of Jenkins. But and who knows with regards to the Ben Griffin stuff and this other operator, I don't know either of them, other than, you know, respecting both of their decisions and what they've chosen to do. You know, Ben has made it very public and clear about his view and opinion on what he saw, what he believes he saw, and what he was a part of and experienced, and what he heard, and what he felt was happening. Because he does acknowledge that he didn't actually see torture happening. He said that he heard it from other people who were there, who witnessed it firsthand, and that they were people that he trusted. So, yeah, like his decision is his decision. It didn't sit right with him. Again, coming back to what I shared about those that have been given immunity in the Ben Roberts-Smith case, he saw something. It didn't look right. It didn't feel right, and it didn't sound right to him. And what did he do? He took action on it. And the action that he chose to take was to leave, like discharge, get out of the unit, refuse to deploy, and discharge from the military, from the UK to Special Air Service. And good on him for that. If that's, there's somebody that had the courage, it seems, again, me not knowing all the details, but it seems he had the courage to act on it as soon as he saw, felt, and heard that it wasn't right. So that's what those other guys should have done in the Australian regiment, those that are making the allegations. If they saw, if it didn't sound right, if it didn't look right, and if it didn't feel right, they should have taken action, whatever that was. If that meant, oh, this isn't what I joined the unit for, this isn't, the unit hasn't met my expectation in terms of what accountability, integrity, and standards and professionalism is, well then, and you didn't get the support because you escalated it and you could see that playing out and you weren't getting that support, well then get out. Discharge, like make a noise about it first though, like keep escalating it as well as you can, and then make it clear, well, if nothing's happening, I'm going to continue talking about this because everything I wanted to do with my life and my career was here. I've gotten here, and you're not doing and or honoring what it is that I thought I was signing up for. That's what I would say to that. But anyway, that's my initial thoughts to your comment, to your question there, Solly, and I'll go back and have a look at the information that you sent through. So thanks for that. Also acknowledging your other one as well. So you're another one that sent me through the Kevin Frost info video. So I had seen that, bits of it, hadn't watched it all. Other people have sent that through as well. I think I did a live on that recently where people asked, or a person asked if I could do a reaction video to it. Sadly, that guy, Kevin Frost, I think they called him Frosty. For those that knew him well, I didn't know him. I think tragically he committed suicide too, from what I understand, without getting into it. But that is on the list. I'll get to that one. Daz would be interested on your thoughts too if you saw them. I got a new dog in Bone, mate, so I haven't logged into my emails in a few days. Worst comes to worst, we can always find a cot for you down here. Stay safe, mate. Look after this. Oh, yeah. So Daz is going to look after this. Daz, you worked with NZ. I know you did with Australian Commandos and had good things to say about. Thanks, mate. Appreciate you. I've always had Oz or NZ in the back of my mind for the future. Got family in Oz, and my cousin moved over a while ago. Love it over there. Yeah, awesome. Man's search for meaning. Solly. What do we got here? Andy McNabb, if you're still breathing, you're still winning. Yeah, I remember, it must have been you, Solly, that said that comment before. That's a great comment, actually. Never in combat. I've done training with them, jumping, shooting and stuff. I effing love them. That's cool. Yeah. So there you go. There's your answer, Rubber Kiwi. Solly, by the way, Joe Daz's granddad's mate who was in the Iranian embassy siege. Daz's granddad's mate. Oh, yeah. Daz's granddad's mate who was in the Iranian embassy siege was on Navy SEAL's Mike Rutland podcast. Oh, wow. Awesome. That's cool. What's the name of not Daz's granddad, his mate who was in the Iranian embassy siege? They are easily my favorite unit to be associated with. That's cool. Awesome. Takes a while for lunacy to spread this far. We're hoping you'll have it sorted before that happens. Like Fred Dagg said, we don't know how lucky we are. Yeah, that's it's a bloody good point. I mean, our governments, they're not, I'm no expert, but they don't seem to be great. Like there's a whole bunch of hoo-ha happening about the budget and stuff like this, and National's brought out a budget, or National or Labour, one of them has brought out a budget, and the opposition, Hipkins, I've seen in an interview, doesn't like it, thinks it's flawed, thinks that the budget that they're working on is so much better, that they've got better changes which are going to improve the quality of living, the cost of living, and healthcare and employment, jobs, etc., all that sort of stuff. And it's going to be much better. Then when he was asked a question, he said, "Oh, what are some of your policies and how are they better than the other policy that's out? What's his name, Luxon or whatever's what's his face, the guy with the bald head anyway, here in NZ." How much better is your budget than theirs? How is it going to save? He didn't answer anything. He said, "We're finalising our proposal and our policies, and we look forward to sharing that." So just they're great at distracting, diverting from the question that's been asked, a simple, direct question. She even then, the lady that was interviewing, asked a specific question in terms of, well, what about this? They've got this. Surely this has got to be a good thing. How and why is this bad? And how is your one better? And then Hipkins concedes, and I don't like either of them, like the current Prime Minister or the opposition. I just think there's too many hidden agendas in those back rooms that happen, and people lining their own pockets. But anyway, for another time maybe. Again, he didn't answer it. He said, "Oh yeah, we're in the process of finalising our policies, and we look forward to sharing that in due course. Probably around June, July, more and more of our policies will be made clear." For I don't know if you call it an industry or an organization that spouts on and preaches about collaboration and working together and we're in this together and all these other catchphrases and slogans and bloody fluff that they throw in your face, smoke and mirrors. If that's the case, if that's the intent, working together for a better country, a stronger economy, this, that, and the other, creating more employment, creating stability, etc., if that is the focus, then why don't you work together to create a collaborated, consolidated budget whereby both sides or those with the experience and skill come together and create the budget that reflects that reflects what you're saying. Instead, it's us against them, and we're better than them because, and look at what they're doing. They've done all these terrible things, and we will do these things better. Again, it's just a load of rubbish. Like how people and why people vote for that is beyond me. I don't get it. Why people get sucked into thinking that Luxon is better than Hipkins or bloody, what's his name, Winston Peters or the other guy or whoever the other parties are, the Conservatives, the Liberals, the left, the rights, the whatever that rubbish is. How people are so easily sucked into voting for these clowns is beyond me. I don't understand it. And to think that, there's two sides, to think that things are going to change with the votes that we make. And so if you're going to not vote, then why complain about it? Well, I'm not really complaining about it. I'm just sharing what I've seen and then sharing my opinion. I don't think in this case of the budget, I don't think either of them, by the sounds of things, have presented anything that's really that beneficial. You look at the budget over in Australia, the people over there are blinking. From what I've seen, they hate the Prime Minister over there. And the person that's done the budget apparently has no business or economics background as well. So you've got potentially unqualified people formulating these budgets that impact the individuals, the families, the businesses of that country, done by somebody that has never run a business, has no business background, and has no economics background, or from what I understand, potentially financial background as well. So I think what I saw, like you wouldn't jump in an aircraft with a pilot who's not licensed and qualified to fly it, right? So why would the government allow somebody with no financial, economic, business background formulate and put together a budget for the country? So it makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, these are people that are being given a golden handshake, it seems, by people in power and authority to be able to make those decisions, bring their mates in, do things which people seemingly hate, and then just crack on like everything's okay. It's yeah, I crazy to me anyway. But it's probably going to carry on going, and the fact that I don't vote isn't going to change anything. People would sit back and go, "Well, you should vote because you never know, your vote could be the difference." Then I'll just be like the other clowns that are sucked into voting for these twits. I'm not voting for any of them. Haven't been voting. and it is what it is, right or wrong. People will either agree or not agree, and I really each to their own. Up to you what you choose and decide to do. Up to you how you choose to cast your vote or not cast your vote. But yeah, just a matter of time before bloody things get even worse over here. Where are we? Yeah, here we go. That was Rubber Kiwi's last one. Solly against death penalty. Against death penalty as nothing is 100% can't reverse a wrong decision. Yeah, that's from Solly. So, yep, you're against death penalty as nothing is 100% can't reverse a wrong decision. Yep, cool. Yeah, hey, been plenty of people that have been found guilty for things that they didn't do. Yep. So there's a good point. Mine would be my bias is more towards those that it's confirmed, but I suppose that again could be in the same argument. Plenty of people that have had evidence presented against them which has shown them to be guilty, and then down the track it's found that they weren't guilty. So yeah, I hear where you're coming from, if that's what you mean, Dazza. Apologies if I got it. Sorry, Solly, if that's where you're coming from. There's the amount of brainwashing it takes to convince somebody to hate everything about their history and heritage and go as far as they do to erase it is mental. Yeah, nuts. It's it's pretty mind-boggling. That's what I'd say. eBaby Secrets. What gave you the strength when you were facing an assault charge, possible prison sentence from early demeanors in early life to then go past selection? Whoa, what a cool question. I have never been asked that question before. eBaby Secrets. That puts me on the spot, eh? What gave you the strength when you were facing an assault charge, possible prison, which was true, maximum sentence at that time was 6 years prison for wounding with intent to cause grievous bodily harm, which is what I was charged with, from early misdemeanors. From I don't know what that means. From early misdemeanors in early life, or maybe in early life. Maybe I'll just go there. Possible prison sentence in early life to then go past selection. I don't know if it was strength, eBaby Secrets. I don't know if it was so much strength that I had. I think it was, for me, as I reflect on it now, I think it was really hope. I think I was hoping that I wouldn't go to prison because of the conversation that I'd had with the training officer. I think that's, I don't know that strength really played a part. As I sit here and reflect on that now, absorbing that question from you that I've never been asked before, taking that in and just sitting and thinking about that, I try to think if there was any strength, and I can't picture any. I think it was hope. There was definitely a lot of hope, and that's the overwhelming thought in my head. It was hope that I wouldn't go to prison, because with that came the chance or the opportunity for me to then stay in the military, for one, but two, all going well, go through and get into the unit. And so that hope was probably the drive for me, and understanding that if because I still had the courses to do, because I was still waiting for the court process to go through, and then waiting for the hearing, then waiting for sentencing, which is what took place. And that took several months. But whilst that was happening behind the scenes and the lawyer was doing what he needed to do, I still had courses to do. So the hope that I had that things would work out, and the need, so just not so much strength, but out of necessity, I needed to do those courses to the best of my ability, required that I needed to try to focus in when those courses were there, and needed to try to compartmentalize, for want of a better term, and try to separate what I knew was happening in the background and how I knew that things were really uncertain for where my career was potentially heading, and potentially no career, and where I was potentially going if I was found guilty, which was essentially going to prison for a period of time. I don't think that I would have got the maximum sentence. That was just the maximum sentence at that time for such a charge, which was 6 years. I think I probably would have had it reduced for various considerations, first offence, the cooperation with giving a video statement when I was asked, and knowing now that I shouldn't have done. I think there might have been some allowances given which may have reduced whatever that sentence may have eventually been, but thankfully it wasn't. So the hope combined with necessity, the need to do those courses as well as I could, and segregating those things of where I was at. I think I was fortunate. Again, I don't put it down to strength. I think I was just fortunate and have had an ability or some experience to be and stay present with where I'm at that time. And I think that's that really helped. Even at a young age, I had the ability to acknowledge and understand that, yeah, things might suck right now, but this isn't forever. It's not going to carry on like this forever. Like, there will be some reprieve, there will be a gap, there will be a time whereby I can, sort of reset, consolidate, and then regroup, and then go again. So, yeah, hopefully that helps answer that. What a question, man. It's a cool question. Thank you again for asking that. I've not been asked that before. Again, I don't think it was strength that had anything to do with it. I think it was just a case of, hope, compartmentalizing certain things, and the necessity to stay present, to stay as present as I could and perform as well as I could. So, yeah. And then the last part to your question, I think, which maybe might help sort of round that out, the final aspect, because I was fortunate and didn't go to prison, which meant that I had the opportunity when things changed. Well, I still had unfinished business, as far as I was concerned. I had unfinished business. I didn't get to where I wanted to get to. And from as early as I can remember, from around the age of 14, I had already told myself that I'm going to the SAS. Like, that's where I'm going. I didn't openly share that out with anybody else. Is what I told myself constantly. And so therefore I had unfinished business and I needed to go and do it. So that's what I would say about that. So thanks for the question and for putting me on the spot with that one. Appreciate it. Rubber Kiwi, your former, that's high praise indeed, for NZSAS. Yeah, 100%. That's high praise coming from somebody like Dazza. As an outsider, I've learnt enough to believe the SAS is the top of the heap, regardless of flag. Could be biased. Yeah, I'm definitely biased. And so I like your comment, Rubber Kiwi, because I think I've mentioned on other videos, when I got to 4RAR Commando, one of the things that some of the guys there asked me, they're like, oh, why don't you join the Commandos? Like, we're just as good, if not better, than the SAS. That was some of the comments that some of the guys said to me when I got there. I didn't dismiss it, and even though I smile now, I don't recall smiling at them when they said it, because I wasn't there in the Australian SAS at that time. But I was smiling inside, and dare I say, I was probably laughing inside, because that was never, and it still isn't, my perspective to this day. Like, I'm more in line with what you've just shared there, Rubber Kiwi. But at the same time, like I've always said, the Commando unit is 100% a fantastic organization, filled with awesome operators, men in that unit that have been tried and tested and are proven. So, some definitely great men, and they're a great unit organization. But yeah, I definitely had a bias when I went over. If you believe in death penalty for murder, how would you react to BRS being found guilty of murder? Yeah, hey, if that's so, I'd be gutted. Like, I've shared that with other videos that I've done in other lives with a similar sort of question, but not specifically to that one. But they've asked me, how would I feel? Would I still be his friend? Would I still be proud of my association with him if he's found guilty of murder? I'd still be proud of my association with RS, of the man that I knew. Like, I wasn't there with him on the ground. Be gutted for him. And if murder came with murder, like the result was he needed to be put to death for that, if he's found guilty of it, then that would be the law. Like, I wouldn't be personally, I wouldn't be sitting up and going, "Oh, that shouldn't happen," if that is the legal framework. Like, that's not the legal framework for Australia or New Zealand, and I don't think it is for the UK. I could be wrong. Maybe there is. I don't even know if the death penalty is still around. Maybe it is in still some places. My take is, man, if you do something like that, not specifically RS's case, but if you do something like what I spoke about, raping and murdering people, then why should the public have to continue funding your existence? Like, that's that's my take on it. Right or wrong, it's not meant to try to be controversial, uh, although that might cause more popularity or whatever. I personally don't really care about being controversial or not. I'm just going to share my thoughts on it. I would be gutted, personally. Back to your question, if RS is found guilty and if there was a death penalty and then he was to be executed, be out of my hands though. So a jury, apparently of his peers, legal process, evidence being provided, and beyond reasonable doubt, if all of those things have been done, I'm nobody to stand in the road of it. Would I be happy about it? No, 100%. I would not be happy about it. But yeah, so in the case of, if you believe in death penalty for murder, how would you react to BRS being found guilty of murder? Yeah, I'd be gutted for him, devastated for him and his family, his friends, for myself to a degree because I know him, but I wouldn't shy away from, still expressing my support for him. I think the other part, in terms of context, which hopefully comes out in the trial based on the allegations that have come, hopefully all the context comes out. For example, the rules of engagement that they were operating under, that 429 Alpha, the kill capture nature of the tasks and the mission packs that they were given, the fact that some of the wording that Scott Jones on the Two Worlds Collide podcast has shared, like the person is at all times posing an active threat. So they could just be out for a walk with loved ones. They could be asleep. I think he used the term he could be petting a goat in his field. At all times, he's posing an active threat. And so he put the question to Sam Bamford, the host of the Two Worlds Collide podcast, can you drop him, essentially? Can you shoot him? Can you take him out? The answer, based on that ROE, if that ROE is correct and if that's what they were operating on, is a resounding yes, you can. Could you still take him out after you've captured somebody, detained them, questioned them, and then, decide to essentially execute them there? And then you could argue and say that the other one, walking a goat or walking a dog, is executing somebody as well. That, I think, to me, has a different context. I don't think that's right, and I've shared that from the start. Same with the Killing Fields documentary. Yeah, the Four Corners Killing Fields video that I did a reaction to, which I think has been blocked by YouTube as well. That vision, and then the guy who I presume is Oliver Schultz in the video, who asks, "Do you want me to drop this person?" Uses a more colorful word than that, and he asks that 2 or 3 times before shooting the person that appears to be unarmed and appears to be an innocent civilian or a farmer. It's been portrayed as in that Four Corners documentary, which again has its own narrative to that. In that instance, I don't think that's the right action. But again, it's easy to sit back, not being there in the heat of the moment, having all the time in the world, which I have, to sit and analyze that and watch the video and then give my reaction. The fact that I did my reaction, that was the first time that I'd seen it, and then I gave my reaction then, really, to me, is neither here nor there, because I've still got time and space to process what it is that I'm seeing. So it's not like I'm on the ground and having to make the decision instantly. At the same time, part of the reason why I don't think it looks good is because the two operators and the operator that fired the rounds into the person there in the end, to me, appears to also have time and space. Like, why do I say that? Well, because they paused, didn't shoot him, asked his oppo to his side, "Do you want me to shoot this person?" Asked another person or another couple of people once or twice, again, time and space, "Do you want me to shoot or drop this person?" Again, used more colorful language than that. And then there's a pause, albeit briefly, and then he puts rounds into that person. So there is time and space there. And I think, as I'm pretty sure I shared in that reaction, like, cable tie that guy tight as, hog tie him if you want to, in addition to the hands and feet behind, the hands behind the back, the feet, and then hog tie the hands to the feet and leave them there by a tree. Come back and get that guy later. That was my initial thought. Like, if you've got to that stage where you're on them and they're not posing in that moment an apparent obvious threat, you know, could he have had a suicide vest or bomb on underneath? Could he have been holding a grenade with the pin out and just waiting to release it? And when you go to cuff him, he lets it go and then blows you up or whatever. Or he grabs you and hugs you tight while he's holding the grenade because he knows that this is it. And he takes both of you out. Whole bunch of what if scenarios, eh? Like, I don't profess to have all the answers to all the what if questions. What's that saying? Famous quote: "How long's a piece of string?" Like, you could go on all day with a whole bunch of what if scenarios in there in relation to that footage that's shown. And again, I don't have all the answers. My reaction and my comment to that doesn't look good. I feel like there's time and space enough to cable tie, hog tie, leave the person there, continue with the sweep of that area. If you need to, leave somebody, the dog handler or somebody with that person to secure them in case somebody else comes to thing. Leave a couple of people with them so that the oppo's got somebody there in case another force does come and try to free their mate while the rest sweep through. Whole bunch of different ways to skin the cat, right? In terms of being there in the moment and being flexible enough and adapting and going on. But what's happened has happened. And if those ROEs, from what I've seen, Oliver Schultz and his legal team are confident that he will be exonerated and found not guilty of his actions. So, you know, as much as I might think that that's not the right thing to do, that's what's happened, and I assume it's in line with the ROEs that they were working on. The other one in RS's case, if those allegations are true, and it was execution of detained people or persons, again, I don't think that should happen either. But if those allegations are true and if that's what's happened, well, then that's where I've always supported, it should go to trial, find out the truth, get all the truth, though. Don't just focus in on one small aspect of it. Don't just give immunity to those that played a key role in something that they are now saying looked, sounded, and felt wrong, and then just let them off with it like that. That to me just sounds pretty weak and poor on the part of the legal system, as well as those individuals who are claiming to have integrity around and professionalism around the work that they do and or have done. If they claim to be proud of their service, then, accountability and ownership is a big part of serving in that unit. So go and own that stuff that you did. Don't just point fingers at somebody else and seek immunity for your testimony. Yeah, that's my take anyway. Where are we? That was the murder one. Assault charge. Did that one. Sorry, bloody, even though I've got the thing up here, I'm still losing where I was up to. Death penalty. The amount of brainwashing. Yep. What gave you? There's a former 2-2. If you believe. Yeah, so read that one. That was the one about BRS. Matthew Cole did a war crime report on ST6. ST6 guys whistle blew to him. I don't know who Matthew Cole is, but okay. Brent Tucker Delta said it was good. One of many crimes was ST6 guys gave POW fake chance to go free. Well, that sounds out the gate. Like, why go on a task, capture somebody, and then do a fake, here you go, run. It's like what's that, the movie by Mel Gibson, Apocalypto, where they catch those guys out in the Amazon forest or wherever it is, and then they're giving them a chance to run free. They got all the blue paint on them, and they put a sweeper down the end, and then they give them a chance to run. Then all the other guys start firing their bow and arrows and throwing spears and and David and Goliath slingshots or whatever to take them out. But the other guy's job at the other end is not really to let them go, is to blink and chop them down and end their lives when they get there. So I'm not saying that's what happened, but as I read that part, what was it? A fake chance to go free. That just seems ridiculous. Don't get me wrong. I'm supportive of if there are acts which are lacking the professionalism, the integrity, and the ethos, the values of a place like the regiment. If there's that, if there's that type of activity and behaviour happening, so if I use the allegations as an example, I say allegations in this context because I can't think of anything else to use right now. But if I use the allegations that have been used in the BRS trial or charge that he's been charged with, those that just sounds completely wrong right off the bat, like it shouldn't happen. That's my take. You don't go and capture people, like detain them, cable tie them, get questions and information. Yes, you do all of that stuff. What I'm getting at is you don't do all of that and then just execute them there on the spot. That I don't think so anyway. Again, having the luxury of time and space and not being there on the ground, not going through, not being in Darwan after the aftermath of those 3 Australian soldiers that were murdered by Hikmatullah. So, like, there's lots of context, there's lots of stuff that I wasn't involved in, which may or may not influence people's decisions and or mindset. Does that mean it's right? No, I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying that there's a lot of stuff, a lot of context which you and I and we weren't a part of, don't have the information on. And so therefore I don't think, other than just giving a personal opinion and perspective, you and I, or we can never fully appreciate what may or may not have been going on, whether or not the allegations are actually true or not, and what actually went down in those spaces where these things are alleged to have taken place, because we weren't there. So that's not to try to dismiss it. That's not to try to use it as a throwaway line. It's just the reality. So I think there's lots of stuff that, for anybody other than, like, for myself, including myself, for anybody and people like myself or others, other than just giving our opinion or our thought on allegations and not having the full picture or context, it's just back to that old saying, opinions are like noses, eh? Everybody's got one. And we are free. Clearly, we're free for the most part to share those opinions as we see fit. Unless you're in some places where freedom of speech, you might be targeted by the government, supposedly, or other people for saying things that don't make somebody look or sound good. And so then you get a knock on the door by the police because of your social media. Maybe that'll happen to me. Who knows? But yeah, that's rubbish if that's what's happening, and or if people have witnessed that happening in those types of units. Yeah, I never, like I've always said, I never witnessed anything like that during my time. And I can tell you now, there were times, one significant time where and I've shared that before as well, where it easily could have happened. But it wasn't even a thought in my head, and I don't even think it was a thought in any of the guys' heads who I was serving with. We, to the extent of shooting unarmed people, like just murdering them and then leaving them there. If anything, the thought was, let's just bundle them up and call in the forward operating base to send aircraft or choppers out here to pick these guys up and take them for questioning. Because although we were told they weren't taking POWs at that time, they weren't set up for processing or anything like that, and it was up to us what we decided to do. The guys that I served with, guys that you see on the Bravery and Betrayal documentary, a number of them, and others that aren't, Nick Cordwell included, I just don't even think it was a thought in any of our heads to go executing people that have surrendered to us. So, yeah, that's why I say I never witnessed it. Yeah, but if there's stuff that comes up that should be looked at, yeah, go ahead. So that's probably why, I'm assuming, why Brent Tucker said it was good for the investigations to take place. So, yeah. Solly also said they could be free if they beat an ST6 in a hand-to-hand fight or wrestling fight. Oh, but they'd have no chance because there'd be another ST6 in the room. ST6 guys wanted to test unarmed combat training. Far out. Yeah, sounds like a bad movie, all right. It sounds terrible. Like, is that what's happened and they got found guilty? Is that, I know nothing about that. I would definitely be interested in doing a reaction to that if there's video footage of Matthew Cole doing a war crime piece. The only caveat I'll say to that is unless Matthew Cole is he a war crime reporter, unless he's an investigative journalist who's like that twat Nick McKenzie in Australia, then I probably am not interested in doing a reaction to his stuff. But if he seems to have a good reputation, yeah, send me the link. I have not heard that. That sounds like a crap movie, all right. I think we are, bro, like the SAS Collective, UK, NZ, and Oz are one and the same, really. But to me, you need a good personality as well and need to be able to laugh when you feel like crying. Yep. Sometimes cry laughing is what happens and or has happened in some cases for me, and sometimes just laughing, yeah, when you feel like crying or when you feel anger and frustration as well. Good points, bro. Thanks for that. The strength of character is your moral courage. It's the culture. Yeah, it's a good point. I don't know that you're talking about me specifically. Probably just I think people in general, when they're looking to, or when they're faced with adversity or things that they need to do, and remembering where you come from and what you've been taught. And I like to think that my mum has done her best to try to teach me good values and good things, although I haven't lived up to those more often than I'd like to admit. I've always, found a way to try to remember the things that she's taught me or tried to teach me anyway. Rubber Kiwi Sterling thought we made a good team. He would know. Also, Eric Deming, Navy SEAL, has exposed Jocko Willink. Oh, said caused SEAL/civilian deaths and was cowardly in war. Wow, I don't know who Eric Deming is. Brent Tucker interviewed him on his former podcast, Anti-Hero. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's wild. I reckon that seems wild as well. Like, just, yeah, I don't know. Exposed him, said he caused SEAL and civilian deaths and was cowardly in war. Yeah, man. Far out. I mean, interesting, eh? Always interesting. People's opinions and perspectives of where they are at that moment in time, what they see and witness and observe firsthand or secondhand, like what they hear secondhand and what they observe of a person secondhand. Like I'm guilty of it. Well, if guilty is the right word, I think everybody does it. So, in essence, I suppose what I'm saying is we're probably all guilty of it. But I do it. Like I'll look at somebody, something, and make a judgment of it, right or wrong. Oh, that person's a dickhead, or yeah, that person's a really good guy. Yeah, comes across really well because probably somewhere unbeknownst to me, subconsciously, it fits within my bandwidth of what I think is appropriate and good or positive versus what I think is a liar or somebody who's backstabbing or who's got a hidden agenda. I think we all do that. I definitely do it. Is it right? Is it wrong? As an example, my take on Andrew Hastie has largely been shaped by what I saw in the interview, whereby he was brought in as a witness in the defamation case which RS brought against ABC. I just think to myself, what has that guy got to do with what sort of credible witness statement could he possibly offer that defamation case for the prosecution? It wasn't because he was going in against RS. Like, to me, that was neither here nor there. I didn't know anything about what it was that he was going to share. It wasn't until after, when there's a short clip where he's been interviewed and he gives commentary about his evidence that he gave, and rightly so. He was subpoenaed, so he was ordered. He needed to show up. But why is he subpoenaed or ordered to show up in the first place? That's my alarm for day trading, but that's all right. that's one of the good things about the day trading, the fact that you don't have to be stuck on the charts looking at them all day. I've spent a fair amount of time looking at the charts and trying to learn and study this process and feeling a lot more comfortable as I go with how I trade. So if I miss my 2 o'clock check, that's fine. Anyway, where was I? Andrew Hastie, the example. My perspective of him was massively skewed by, well, say skewed. That it is what it is now. I think he's a dickhead. What value does he have in that defamation trial for the prosecution? The fact that he's testifying against RS, hey, so what? Doesn't matter. It was more so the fact that he witnessed nothing. He saw nothing. He didn't witness anything. He heard it secondhand. He didn't hear anything. He heard it secondhand. And the kicker for me was he also said he had nothing to do with RS other than his time when he was on selection back in 2010, I think it was, where RS treated him like a scumbag during selection. It was like, so remind me again, why are you there? What's your testimony? What's your witness account? And he was the person, the other part was he was the person in Parliament House, whatever it was, or wherever it was that he decided to raise his concerns of a toxic culture within the Special Air Service Regiment. So again, I thought to myself, did you raise that while you were in the regiment? Did you raise that with your superiors? So if you're a captain in the unit, you must have been a troop commander. Did you raise it with your OC? So the major? Did the major then follow up and raise it to the CO? Like, did it go through the chain of command that you've got in the regiment? Did you escalate it? If you did, who did you escalate it to? What happened? Now, I understand if you're not going to name the people that you raised it to because they're still serving. Cool. Okay. OPSEC, security clearances, all that sort of stuff. I get it. That's fine. But there should at least be you should at least be able to answer who you raised it to from a rank perspective and their position within the unit at the time and what the outcomes were, like what happened as a result of it. Okay, you're identifying this toxic culture, you're hearing this, you're not seeing it firsthand by the sounds of things, you're not witnessing or hearing it firsthand by the sounds of things, you've heard about it from other people that have said that they've been a part of it, that they've seen, that they've heard, that they've experienced it. And they've come to you because you're a captain and you're a mate. Cool. So what did you do about it? Did you wait till you got into Parliament House and then raise it? Or did you do something about it while you were there? Like, I don't know. But it doesn't seem like, and it doesn't sound like, or if he hasn't done himself any favors in bringing to the attention of the public, of the general public, and saying, I raised these concerns with the major at the time who was the OC for this particular squadron, of which I was a part. I also raised it with the other troop commanders within my squadron. I also raised it with the SSM, the Squadron Sergeant Major. I also raised it with the CO, whatever. Like, he hasn't come out and said that he's raised these concerns if that was a genuine concern, at least not to my knowledge anyway. And if these things were that prevalent that he's talking about, I would think that he has a duty or an obligation to raise that stuff, to bring it up if that's how he feels and if that indeed is what he's witnessing, seeing, feeling, hearing, etc. But from what I've seen, he didn't. So to me, he's a ball bag and is not a credible witness in that defamation case. Again, what I will say is I don't know if his witness testimony was admitted or used or not. Maybe it was thrown out because he didn't hear or see anything. But yeah, I guess that's just, I suppose, a personal example of what I'm trying to share in terms of the comment that was made about Eric Deming, Navy SEAL, and his take on Jocko Willink and people's perspectives of other people. Right or wrong, we all do it. Well, I definitely do it. Where are we? I've never heard that. Yeah, Dazza saying he's never heard that. I've never heard it either. That's barbaric. Solly, Daz, mate, would you recommend Matthew Cole's journalist interview on Team House? Matthew Cole's journalist interview. Andy Stumpf, ST6 podcast. Loads of ST6 guys gave him allegations on war crimes. Wow. Matthew Cole, I don't know who that is. I'd be interested to see some of his stuff or to know a bit about him. Like I said, Nick McKenzie, I really have no time for that twat over in Australia with the ABC. He's winning and has won multiple awards for the stuff that he's put out. But just, yeah, I don't know what Matthew Cole's like. So if people know, if people rate him, say he's credible, if they've got stuff there, I'd be interested to hear it. I'd be, it's disappointing if that is stuff that was happening in SEAL Team 6. But again, I wasn't there. The SEALs are a bunch of young men, that are scared to look weak in front of their teammates, so they act out and do ST6, SHIT. Yeah, it's interesting, eh? Like the SEALs and how young you can be. I think some people have been kind enough to put comments in my channel when I've done some reactions to the Buds class of 234, saying that you can go on SEALs Buds at 17, but you have to get written permission. I think it's similar in the UK, eh? I think you can join the military or something at is it 16 or 15 or something, but you got to get permission from your parents or guardian. But then before you could deploy on operations, I think you had to be 18. Correct me if I'm wrong. That might be way off the mark, but I think there might be something similar in the US and SEAL. So, because when I was doing my reactions to the Buds class 234, Navy SEALs Buds class, I had no idea. I was shocked to know that you could be 17 and go on Buds. Like to me, in my head, I was like, "Oh, that's a special forces selection course," which it is. And I just thought 17. So holy heck. I don't know, and I think I shared on the reaction. I don't know that I would have been prepared, mature enough, or um, physically and mentally resilient enough and capable of doing anything like that at 17. But people doubted that I had the ability to do it at 20. But and even 20 is young. But so when I heard and saw on that video, on that reaction series that I was doing, there were 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds in there and 19-year-olds. I was like, wow, that's hearty, man. That's awesome for those that put their hand up and go, yep, I'm doing this. Oh, where are we? Barbaric, Matthew Cole, the SEALs, Solly. It is theirs to clarify the POWs were confirmed terrorists, not civilians, but still not on and undermines credibility. Yeah, I mean, if they're confirmed terrorists and you don't want to have them living and breathing anymore, drop them during the fight. Unless the intent is to get intelligence and information, then get them, tag them, or actually I shouldn't say bag and tag, bag them, and then cuff them and process them, send them off to get, more information, which could be more helpful and which could potentially stack the odds in the favor of other teams that may be going to other areas. So, yeah, pretty crazy. What do we got here? Undermines credibility. Putting your face behind an allegation gives it merit. Yeah, that's my thoughts exactly. I think, in the case of the guy, rest in peace to the lad, Kevin Frost, the Australian guy. I think he was in the commando unit. I don't know. Sorry if I got that wrong. Maybe he was in SASR. I never knew him. That was a question that I was asked if I knew Kevin, if I worked with him. I didn't know him during my time. Putting a face to it, to me anyway, gives it merit. To other people, maybe not so. Other people may be like, oh, and which is a valid comment. People have shared, oh, the person making the allegations, if they're not as well known, a lot of people look up to RS and they admire him for what he's done, which is cool. And from my personal opinion, as they should in terms of what he's done, not that he would ever ask for it, for people to admire him is what I'm getting at. But I can understand the people's comments from the perspective of, oh, well, if those operators show their face, they may start getting death threats from people that support RS. Yeah, I don't know. I think the people that send those death threats, they're probably not the sharpest tools in the shed, eh? Like they're probably dumb as dog, SHIT is what I'd say, unless they're bloody, a little bit more advanced and they're at the sort of organized crime level. Even then, some of those people are getting snapshot, eh? Want to go to Vietnam and execute, was it a coconut cartel member or whatever? Well, they've been captured. Other people going around and doing stuff. So, yeah, as I get it, things might happen, but unless there's sort of maybe even then no guarantee organized crime level type people looking to do stupid stuff, I think those that are posting half-wit threats and comments, I don't think there's really anything to be worrying about. And if there is, escalate it to the authorities, let them do their job. Whether or not how good they do their job is, TBA, or the jury's out on that one. We'd have to wait and see. Hopefully nothing happens. But again, my opinion, I agree with what Daz has put here. My take, anybody willing to put their face behind the allegations and go, here I am. I was here on this date and time. This is where we were. This is what happened. I did this. This was my role in that whole thing. Whether the allegations in this case, whether it was I pulled the trigger because I was told to, but doesn't take away from the fact that I did it. Like, that's not right. I feel it's not right. I'm here to take ownership for what I did, not asking for immunity. At the time, it felt wrong, it looked wrong, it sounded wrong, but I did it anyway. This is what I would, if somebody was that legitimate about coming to the forefront with what they've done wrong and how they think things need to change and be better, lay it all out there and go, this is what I did. But also, those that were a part of it, this person, that person, that person, you can't tell me that it was a two-man team, that it was just RS and one other fella that went in and conducted this sweep, got all these people, and then it's just two people, the corporal and the other operator, having a conversation, and then those actions taking place. There must have been other people involved, and maybe that's where the other witnesses are coming from. So it does make it hard, I guess, it does make it hard when you've got witnesses for and against in the same patrol. So I get that. That's where, that's why the investigation, hopefully it's as thorough as it needs to be, and lots of questions are asked. Who knew what was done, etc., etc. When were people advised? What actions were taken? Were there any documents of the after action review? Where is this stuff? Is there any other recorded footage? Like, you've got recorded footage of RS talking on a phone to a witness. Like, bring all of that stuff out and do the investigation and the trial to its fullest, if that's what we're doing, and have the people that have made the allegations front up, like, put your face to it. Gives it merit, like Daz has said, which I just rambled on for ages about that. And I can see that there's been a bunch of other comments that are in here, which are not on here. So anyway, just bear with me. I'm going to go through these anyway. Holy heck, what is this? It's nearly 3 hours on this on this live. Anyway, that's all right. Where are we? To be fair, TBF, to SEALs, Brent Tucker said generally the SEALs have a good rep. This is from Sully, among other US Spec Op units. OFC, of course, bad apples taint things. Yeah, bad apples everywhere, eh? Like, regardless of the organization. I know I've said that in a whole bunch of other videos, and indeed some other lives as well. You get blinking twats in every organization, even in the SAS, the police, first responders, businesses, organizations, social media, everywhere. So SEALs are civilians with a few months training. Rubber Kiwi, yep. Doing what it takes years, if not decades, to learn in the SAS. Not super surprising if they're prone to losing their stuff. Yeah, for the most part, like, a lot of them come straight off Civvy Street. I don't know if all of them come off Civvy Street. I do think that there are a number of people, like with anything, who have chosen a career in the military, have served some time, and then have gone, I want to go do the SEALs. And so then they change over, just like anybody, Army, Navy, Air Force, may do some time and then go, I want to go join the commandos, or I want to go join the SAS, and then apply. Similarly, there is the civilian pathway for people to go from Civvy Street onto an SAS selection. I don't know all the details of that these days, but I know that there is a process in place for that. People that are wanting to go into it from a civilian perspective, and then they'll have to go through all the whatever hurdles and hoops they need to go through in phases to get to where they need to get to, just to get to the selection start line. let alone then complete pre-selection successfully, then start selection proper and complete selection fully. And then from there, then there's usually a process which happens whereby civilians, if they've come from that civilian route, will then need to typically go and do an infantry core training, which is anywhere from 10 to 14 weeks or 16 weeks, where they'll learn the basic infantry soldiering skills. After that, oftentimes, or I shouldn't say oftentimes because I don't know exactly, sometimes after that core training, they'll then be sent on to go and spend at least 12 months in an infantry battalion. Where they can learn more skills. They'll be getting assessed, be getting feedback, learning more tradecraft when it comes to soldiering to help give them a better chance and prepare them better for if they've been accepted to go on to the NZ cycle of training, at least for New Zealand and Australia anyway. Can't speak to what happens in the UK. So, yeah, there are processes in place to try to set people up for success rather than just throwing them in the deep end and going, well, this is what you want to do, sink or swim, buddy, because there is a lot to try to take on board. Where are we? Defo Daz, I know that's why people, including Joe, don't agree with whistleblowers from UKSF went to BBC on Afghan war crimes. Yep. Rubber ST6 are meant to be much more experienced, I believe, on average. Yeah, from what I understand, that's the DJ Shipleys of the world, guys that have, and don't quote me on it, I don't know the exact process, but I think guys have to have done a certain number of years and or potentially a certain number of operational deployments before they can even be considered to do the ST6 selection. So they've got to go through a whole nother selection process again to get into SEAL Team 6. So which is cool. Like, so they're at a higher level again than the Navy SEALs. I have heard people say, like, if you're doing a comparison of Australian SAS and commandos, people have said, the Navy SEALs might probably be equivalent to or compared to, if that's the right word, to the Australian commandos, the SEAL teams, the regular SEAL teams, whereas SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force would be like the SAS equivalent. So whether or not that's right, I don't know. That's what I've heard. So, whatever. But yeah, they definitely, from what I understand, ST6 guys are far more experienced. And there may be a similar process for Delta Force as well. I don't know what the process is for Delta, but yeah, they've got I love the aspect around Delta Force and ST6, the fact that not much bugger all is known about their selection and there's no documentaries on it. I love that about their units. It's really cool to me, like a real genuine not knowing what you're getting into. And I think for me, from the perspective of, NZ, I still didn't fully know what I was getting into, but I've shared in other videos, I had some landmarks in terms of what was involved, like, day one, get smashed with all the physical requirements. Then day two is the first day of Open Country Nav. Then day 3, day 4, continuation of Open Country Nav. Then I knew about the dunes or the swamp. Didn't know which one I was going to end up on, whether I was going to be doing the dunes or the swamp. Ended up doing the dunes. Then I knew that there was a few days, I think it was 3 days of close country navigation. And then I knew that there was a 60 clicker at the end. But even then, I was still skeptical about whether or not, for the New Zealand one, as to whether or not the 60 clicker was actually the last thing and whether or not there was going to be something else. So I had landmarks. Didn't know how all of that would feel being condensed into such a short period of time, like 9 to 10 days at the time of testing, 5 days pre-selection before that, and then just roll straight into testing. So I didn't know how all of that would feel and how my body would hold up. So there's a big unknown there. But I had enough landmarks, like, to sort of go, okay, this is sort of roughly where I'm at in the selection. Cool, I'm at halfway. Cool, I'm over halfway. Cool, I'm at the last part. Like, there's no way I'm not finishing this right now. Australia was probably the part where what I love about Delta and ST6, the fact that there's bugger all known about their selection. The long walk, I think, is one thing that I've heard. And doing this navigation phase, you have no idea how long it's going to last for, and you don't know how you're doing, etc. I think that's awesome. Australia is probably the closest to it, because I knew very little about it. I knew that there was a 3.2 which sucked, and lots of people failed it, and it was one of the first things that you do. So I knew that I needed to put work into that. I knew that there was going to be navigation, and then I had heard about this thing called Lucky Dip, and Lucky Dip, I knew nothing other than that it sucked, and that there was lots of tasks where basically it was made to me. It was put to me and made to sound like you get no sleep for the whole week, like you just constantly up 24 hours a day for 7 days of that week. And I thought to myself, holy crap, like, I don't know. I have no idea how I'm going to get through that, how I'm going to cope with it. But clearly it can be done. This is what I thought. Clearly it can be done because people have passed and gone on and they're serving in the unit. So I thought, well, if people have passed selection and gone on to serve, then clearly it can be done. Obviously, we did get a little bit of sleep from time to time. Not a lot. We got a few moments of rest and sleep here and there. You never got a solid 3 hours or 4 hours sleep to lie down and just like, yes, we can relax now. No, you maybe got little power naps here and there. Maybe we got maybe an hour or maybe a little over an hour sleep at different times after probably 36 to 48 hours of very little to no sleep, not even a power nap. But you did get some rest during that Lucky Dip phase, but I didn't know that. So going into that blind, so to speak, or essentially blind, I thought that was I'll be honest, I thought it was exciting. I thought it was cool that, man, I don't really know much about this. I didn't go around asking people. How I even found out about Lucky Dip, I think, was just through conversation, through some other guys that were talking about selection that said, oh man, I've heard, and then they went on to say that I heard Lucky Dip was just miserable, like no sleep, constantly working, blah, blah, blah. And I heard that conversation and I thought to myself, well, yeah, that does sound like it sucks, but that's what I signed up for. That's what I'm volunteering to do. So I'm here now, and I'm not going to do it now that I'm here in Australia. So just waiting for my opportunity and chance to get on it. So yeah, why did I bring that up? Yeah, I just like the Delta and ST6 stuff where it said here, ST6 are meant to be much more experienced, I believe, on average. What's this? Wait, is this a hostage situation giving us time and date? Where's today's paper? Yeah, it could be. It could be a KNR ISO prep process. Thankfully, Rubber Kiwi's onto it, and maybe he's picked up on it. Maybe Nick's got to try to drop in where I actually am. Okay, so now that I've done that, I've bloody what was the last one? Today's paper is what I'm looking for, because there's been a bunch of other comments that have gone in here. So I'm going to have a look anyway. I shouldn't say nothing better to do. I have got other things to do, but I enjoy doing this anyway. So let's have a look. Yes, I could be looking at the day trading. No, I'm not sharing my day trading because I am as amateur as they come, but I'm enjoying it and I'm having some success. Let me put it that way. So I'm happy. Where are we? Hostage situation was the last comment on there. So it's something like Seaford Jenkins doesn't have the beard to represent fish fingers. Sorry, I just saw that one. Just stopped in on there. It was toxic. Okay, haven't got to that yet. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do what I just did and download this and minimize that and that one and bring this one up. And if you're still around, I don't know if anybody's still around, by the way, because I'm just looking at these comments. So let me put that there. Oh, did that go there? Hang on. Sorry if you lose me for a sec. Oh, hang on. That's what I need to do. Open. There we go. What was the last one? Hostage part was on. Bad movie, read that. Barbaric, read that. Hostage situation, there it is. Okay, so sorry, peeps, if you're I'm talking to nobody again. Sorry, peeps, if you are still on here and waiting for me to get to your comments. I just had to download that chat report again. I'm glad I saw that actually, because now it stops me from trying to scroll back up. Where was the hostage situation one? Best of the rest. I've worked with ST6 and the green teams, and it's night and day, except ST6, Blue Squadron, absolute cowboys. Oh, wow. Okay. There's somebody speaking from experience and worked with them. Crack up. What's this? eBaby, the strength of moral courage, its unit culture, when ego driven by success corrupts elitism. Never forget where you come from. It keeps you grounded with humility as your values drive you forward. Yeah, that's a cool point. Maybe that stuff that was happening in the unit or in units, I don't know. Like I said, I never witnessed it. I loved the people that I served with, man, and the opportunities that I had in the work, as it pertains specifically to that type of work, not the bloody subject course, not the promotion course, none of that. What we would refer to as Green Army junk and doing drill and polishing brass and yeah, all of that sort of thing. None of the camp soldier stuff, but soldiering. Yeah, I loved it. It was awesome. Brent said at one time ST6 squadron was toxic, but that culture was specific to that squadron, only being dicks to Rangers. Nick Irving said, "Oh yeah, is Nick Irving? Is he the sniper guy? 100%. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Sea Lord, the fish finger guy. I love my Scottish roots and wouldn't change them for anything. Yes, as you should. Yeah, I think it's I think it's important for anybody, for all of us people to appreciate and love where they come from, their heritage, and represent it as well as they can, regardless of where you are. To the point, though, what I'll say is that if you move to another country and you live there, then I think the onus is on you or on me as the individual it's my job to fit in to that place where I am. Yeah, stay true to my cultural heritage, beliefs, whatever, how my upbringing and values and what it is, that I've been taught and try to live by and do. Yeah, all good. But I'm living in another country. My job is to try to assimilate into that lifestyle as well as I can and abide by their laws and their rules. And, they've got opinions and thoughts on things that that I might not necessarily agree with, and or others might not necessarily agree with. But at the end of the day, if I'm the foreigner in that place, well, then, if you don't like it, leave. If you don't want to stay there because it offends you or hurts you that much, then leave. I don't think, it's the place of the foreigners or foreign people to come into another country and then start yip-yaring about how they feel hard done by and, the opportunities aren't there for them because of this, that, and the other, or start playing the race card or gender or all sorts of other stuff. Anyway, maybe that's for a separate conversation or debate, or maybe that'll be a separate question that comes up by somebody one day, and I'll try to lean into that as well as I can, or as miserably as I can. Where are we? Sea Lord, Fishfinger, Scottish roots. Neither would we. Might be mongrels, but we're all from the very best breeds. It's something like Seaford. Jenkins doesn't have the beard to represent Fishfinger. I read that one before. You may like XCO22SA's interview on Tom Perch, X22SA's officer, channel Richard Williams. I think I've seen Richard Williams. If it's a guy I'm thinking of, I think I've seen him speak in some. I don't know about the Tom Perch interview, but I think I've seen some clips in that video interviews of him talking about other stuff. And yeah, I thought the way that he spoke and what he had to say was very officer. So by that I mean very, very intellectual, very brainy. He comes across very, very smart. Comes across to me as anyway. I don't know the guy. Speaks well, made sense in what he was talking about. Not surprising that he is an officer. So yeah, maybe there might be other people like the other X22 guy that thinks Ben Griffin is a coward. There might be other people that thinks this Richard Williams guy is a complete twat. I don't know, but yeah, I'd have a look. Talks about war crime investigations. I think that's what I was listening to him talking about, and sharing his thoughts on just the overall process, and how I got the impression that when he was speaking, Richard Williams, that is that things can, could have, and should have been done better. That was the impression that I got anyway. Whether or not I was misinterpreting what he was saying, which could be, other people can correct me on that. Nothing wrong with a mongrel. There's a reason you all call us for the Big Johns. That was heartbreaking listening to his father. The scumbag drove around with a sword in his car. Oh, bro, how the dad... I haven't even been able to listen to the whole of Henry Nowak. Again, apologies if I'm saying the name wrong. I haven't even been able to listen to the whole, to his dad give his whole talk in around what happened. Like the strength that Henry's dad has to be speaking as clearly without his voice breaking. I don't think I heard his voice break once. And I was listening to it for a while, but I was like, oh man, the people in the background, I don't know if that was the mum or an auntie or a sister or a sister sibling. I don't know who that was in the background, that just the emotions were coming through. Like, heartbreaking is the right word, Dazza, bro, in terms of, if that's what you're talking about, the father reading that out. This guy driving around, I didn't know any of that. 21 years. So now the UK public taxpayers are going to have to support that scumbag for the next 21 years. And is he going to be released on bail in 10, 15, 12, or less? Like, I don't understand, man. But anyway, there are people that make those decisions, and they've been voted into those positions to make those decisions. So out of my hands, always answering the call as well. He said, "There's always answering the call." Yeah, I got you. Yeah, released without bail for stealing 2,000 worth of swords from his temple a couple of years ago. Never charged. Far out. What the hell? That's up there with the Bondi father and son bloody dumb Namek duo. Thankfully, the dad got killed. Sadly, the son is still alive, so still going to have to be, taxpayers are going to have to fund that bloody ball bag as well. I think, maybe I'm looking at something else, but did I read right that he's pleading not guilty? Anyway, people are going to have to foot the bill to continue supporting that clown, and these clowns in prison. And the fact that, why did I mention the Bondi stuff? It's in relation to here. I didn't know anything about stealing $2,000 worth of swords from his temple. The father and son, well, the father was allowed to have a firearms license and purchase several firearms, going from being on the watch list for ASIO, I think, and the police, to then just, oh, yep, you're all good. Your son's still living with you. He is associating with known ISIS terrorist groups, but yeah, you want to have weapons? Yeah, no problem. I don't see any problem with that. Here you go. It's just ridiculous. And then the Bondi tragedy happens. What's this? Dazza, be rude not to bring your own beer, though. Limited space on the hook. Sorry, he didn't call Griffin. It would usually be the Kiwis stealing and or acquiring, I think is the word, acquiring stuff from others anyway, from the Brits, from the Americans, from the Aussies, and anybody else that they can. I'd listen to, I should probably do a reaction to it actually. What's his name? Carterton Member of Parliament, Ron Mark, I think is his name. I don't know if he was an ex-NZSAS member or whether maybe he passed selection or something. I'm not sure. He former chief of defence for the New Zealand Army anyway, but he's speaking on there openly in one of those One News bloody video clips, and talking about the defence budget where spend should happen. He made a lot of sense in a lot of things he was talking about, actually. But I was like, oh man, this guy's no filter, sharing that he's like, I did it. I stole stuff. I stole stuff from the Aussies and the Brits, and so that we could do certain things. And then the female presenter looked a bit shocked and surprised. She's like, what do you mean? What did you steal? And she's like, is that what Kiwis do? Is the Kiwis go around stealing stuff from other countries so that they can do their job? Is that because the government's not equipping them with the right equipment to be able to do their job? It just made me laugh because Ron Mark was, no filter, just talking about stuff that he'd been doing. I won't talk about them there. He doesn't go into a lot of details. He does share some specific examples of a couple of things, but then then maybe he realizes, and then he dials it back and starts talking about, oh well, we acquire. I acquired stuff, and then the female host, she was straight onto it. She goes, stealing, acquiring, what's the difference? So, if anything, I know Kiwis have got a reputation for, however you blink and slice it up, acquiring and or taking without permission things that are not theirs from a military perspective, and I don't know that tradition has stopped. It probably still happens, but I'd say this: I know it happens from other countries as well. So it's not just Kiwis. Maybe the Kiwis are just blinking the foolish ones enough to talk about it so openly. But hard case. Greg Pup Johnson, he shared a funny story of what they took from I think the Canadian SF lot, JTF2, I think it was, in Afghanistan, in one of the videos that I did ages ago when I was having a chat with him, or I think when I was interviewing him. So that's pretty funny. So there is a history of acquiring things, but I think the same as no matter where you go. Maybe some units or countries do it more than others. Maybe New Zealand does it more than others because we don't have as much as some of the other countries from a kit perspective or financially. Who knows? But anyway, enough of that. What's this? He didn't call Griffin a coward publicly, but in a DM with me. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. So I haven't read that yet, like the stuff that you sent through. So I'm assuming I'll read it when I get to that with some of the screenshots and stuff that you've sent. Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah. Okay. That makes that clearer for me to understand. I thought he openly said it on the podcast. So anyway, Ben CEO 22SS said he was brave, as did Nigel Eli, Falklands vet / SAS. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt, just my opinion without knowing Ben Griffin, there's no doubt Ben is brave. Like, you don't go to a unit like the SAS, make it all the way there, then deploy on multiple operations, which Ben has done, if you don't have a level of bravery or courage about you to go and do it. That's my opinion anyway. Like, different story if he did selection, got there, did all the training, and then didn't deploy anywhere and said, nah, I'm not going. I don't want to deploy. I just, I wanted to get here. I've made it here. But that's enough. I just want to, stay in camp or whatever, or I just want to do the courses and never deploy on operations. That's a different story. That's not what Ben did. So, in my opinion, as inconsequential as it may be, to me, I think clearly Ben's got a heck of a lot of courage. And then in addition to that, the courage that it must take to put your point across and explain to the CEO, and I imagine to other people, to other operators within his team and within his squadron, to explain to them as best you can that you're not coming back and these are the reasons why. I would imagine that would take a heck of a lot of courage too. Wouldn't be easy to sit in front of a group of your peers in a unit like that and say, listen, I don't agree with what we're doing. I don't think it's right. And I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going back. Massive amount of courage and bravery to do that, I think, anyway, for what it's worth. Daz, do most Tutu guys have a good view of Ben Griffin? Well, that's for Daz to answer. I'll just throw my 2 cents in. Like, obviously, people like Daz would probably have much more insight than I would, but even then, I don't know how big the unit is, but there's lots of, I don't know that it's, that it's something that operators in the unit are probably sitting around having a gas bag about, maybe in their own time in smaller groups or whatever, maybe. But I think it would be hard to gauge the pulse of any unit unless they all openly come out and have a big hui about it, or a meeting, a conversation about it in regards to a specific person or an event, or what's happening, and that's done collectively. I think then you might potentially get a bit of a sense for what the view or opinion is like. That's just my take anyway. Does England have random 80-year-old 20 tour vets show up to help with basic? Just curious. Robert Kiwi 79. Integrity and courage. To be fair, to have been places where people were given to, like Abu Ghraib, publicly confirmed as torture happening there, have even been convictions of low-level people, but notable no senior people convicted. Yeah, which again throws another spanner in the works. How is it that low-level people, and I don't say that to be derogatory, but just there's obviously people, decision makers, that are aware of what's happening and that make the decision. So how are they exempt from being investigated, prosecuted, charged, prosecuted, however that works? How are they exempt from that? Why does nobody higher get penalized? It's the same with bloody hell, what's the like the global financial crisis. It's the same with those what is it, the mortgage options, the AAAs and the triple Bs or whatever, and the bank lending that was going on to people, whereby banks and lenders knew that individuals didn't have the money, didn't have the means or the income to be able to sustain paying the mortgages on those things, and people just handing them out like blinking, like a big lolly scramble. No higher ups, no hedge funds, no CEOs, no chairmans. Nobody was found guilty of anything, of any wrongdoing. It's just, yeah, it just seems to me it apparently doesn't matter what industry, financial sector, military sector, corporate organizations, the higher ups, the Illuminati, seem to just get a free pass. And the dizzying heights of corporal and or supervisor or other lower level positions seem to be the ones that get reamed effectively. What's this? Look at what John Kirikou, the CIA guy anyway, has to say about torture. It was definitely happening, it seems. Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff where he talks about that. Oh, man, I can't remember how long he ended up going to prison for. I don't know if it was for whistleblowing or what, but yeah, he's got a high public profile, super, well, I don't know about super, but active in the social media space, and talks about a lot of stuff, as is another CIA guy, the guy with the curly, looks like he's got a perm, long as hair. Prominent people out in the interwebs with things, and I think that's cool. Like, they're talking about some of their experience. It's no different to a successful entrepreneur and a millionaire, a billionaire. It's no different to a successful business person or sports person or a soldier, former or otherwise, talking and sharing about some of their experience, or a gamer or a live streamer, like, no different. People going out, using their experience and sharing some of their knowledge and information, and they'll find their people, they'll find their tribe, right or wrong, regardless of whatever people think about it. That's what happens, and that's what, from what I can see, that's what will continue to happen. Some people happen to do it better than others. Some people happen to build a following, a cult following, faster than others. And just, it is what it is. People figure things out, and they get on that path that they're on, and they get after it. And I think that's awesome. The fact that there are people out there that would try to pull them down or try to say derogatory things about them just because, I don't know, because they're jealous or they don't want to see them succeed or whatever, like, that's their own issue. those that are just cracking on with what they're doing, like that's awesome. Curious thing, did John Kirikou said FBI got reliable results interrogating because they didn't use torture. CIA got bad intel because torture leads to false confessions. Yeah, interesting, eh? Being a former SA soldier yourself, is there normally a giveaway sign or thing someone says for you to pick up they served in the regiment? It's probably usually more of what they don't say and or how they don't say things and how they go about communicating is usually for me what would prompt me to then ask, oh, did you serve, not directly, did you serve in the regiment, but oh, what's your background? Oh, did you serve in the military? So, oh yeah. Oh, what did you do in the military? Oh, okay. So yeah, just sort of a, I don't know if you call it a softer approach. I suppose, yeah, maybe it sounds like a softer approach towards asking the question. If that happens for somebody, I'd have to admit that hasn't really happened too often for me. More so, it's it's the opposite. It's people that that openly, openly say that that's where they served, or that's where they are a member of. And it turns out a lot of those, my experience anyway, a lot of those more often than not have not been operators within the unit. Some of them have had nothing to do with the unit at all, and some have had association with the unit because they are based at the same camp and they are part of the wraparound support. So whether it's part of the mechis, the vehicle mechanics, whether they're armorers, whether they're SIGs, whole bunch of things, in terms of supporting the unit itself. So they are able to speak some of the lingo, they know some of the locations, they know some of the ins and outs because they're based at the camp and they are part of the support support company or support units attached. So yeah, and then it doesn't take long, like when you see their eyes light up and go, oh yeah, I was in such and such, I was in this squadron with C Troop, so and so was the OC, this person was troop commander, oh this person, oh you were in 2 squadron, oh yeah, so and so was here at that time, oh you were in 3 squadrons, so and then you can start to see. And then there's actually been some people that have gone, oh well yeah, I'm attached there. So they've gone from like, yeah, I'm in the unit, secret squirrel, hush hush, don't say anything, and then you start, oh actually this person knows people and he's probably going to ask about me, and then he's going to find out that I was lying to his face, so I'm going to backtrack. What did I say? Oh, I didn't say I was an operator, I said I was based at the barracks, and yeah, I'm part of 2 squadron or 3 squadron or 1 squadron. So it's yeah, that's probably a long-winded answer to that, but that's probably been more the regular type of stuff that's happened versus somebody that is in the regiment that doesn't go out of their way. It's usually more around what they don't say. Yeah, if that makes sense. Episode 292, is that for which podcast? Let me grab episode 292. I'm not sure which podcast that one's for, Solly. President Obama admitted publicly US tortured people. Clip on YouTube. We tortured some folk. Oh, wow. All right. And so, again, I assume that's illegal, but maybe the legal system at the time had all these legislative addendums and whatever technical term it's used or legal term it's used that enabled them to be able to apply torture. Because as I read that, and if that's what's happened, well, to me, isn't that illegal? If it's illegal, shouldn't somebody be getting arrested? Shouldn't there be some charges? Shouldn't there be some prison time? Shouldn't there be a trial? Like, just seems mad to me. Similar with what is it? Like with Iran. So you can just bomb and or take out the leadership of another country because you don't like them, and or because you have intelligence which says that that leader of that country, the Ayatollah, whatever, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that I support either or, but that you've got intelligence saying that they are planning on an imminent attack on American citizens or whatever. So you can just green light, push the button, take that person out. Like, it's, I don't know the ins and outs, right? I'm not the legal person that you should be asking. I'm sure there's people on YouTube and other platforms that can talk to it and make it make sense. Definitely not me. But for me, it raises the question. So you can do that as a president, as a leader, as a CEO, or whatever of these different things, and nothing, no investigation, no allegations, no charges, no arrests, no trial happening, nothing, no money spent on it to even have a look, just all quietened down, like Epstein, the Epstein files, the inquiry, which essentially to me just seemed like a waste of time. You got the FBI director and you got the attorney general who just dance their way around all the questions, never answer anything. And it seemed like a bit of a dog and pony show for those that were tuning in and watching it, with no results, like nothing's happened. We don't know how the security footage didn't work or magically stopped working, or apparently has been edited and apparently is able to commit suicide. It's crazy, man. Like, there's so much stuff. You could go down a rabbit hole, in terms of conspiracy theories and all that sort of stuff, and just spend days and weeks and months just looking into it. But yeah, like, there's so much corruption, it seems, that happens everywhere. Even here in New Zealand, no doubt, but everywhere, whereby it just seems like those who they want to be made the scapegoat, or those who they want to have all the attention on, that's what happens. And dare I say, potentially those who should have attention placed on them don't. Nothing happens. It's mad. Where are we? Hey, Joe, I've been offline. This is Aid 1705 for half a year or so whilst traveling. Awesome. Good for you. Rub it in, why don't you? No, that's not what you're doing. What's the channel update, and would you ever do a reaction to J Cal and DJ's Paint Me a Picture video? Always thought you'd like it. I've received multiple requests to do a reaction to that one, to J Cal and DJ's Paint Me a Picture. It is on the list. Like, I added it on the list ages ago. So yeah, I would do a reaction to it, and one day I'll get to it. I'm sure I'll like it. Like, I do like. Oh, actually, just on this, I've loved J Cal's interview on Sean Ryan Show. I like what J Cal does, how he speaks. Like, I don't know the guy. I like DJ's interview on the Sean Ryan Show. I don't know. Like, I have seen, and I haven't gone into it, I have seen that there's some stuff between him and his dad has been posting up, I assume, responses to things that DJ has said about his dad. DJ sort of alluded to some of the friction or disconnection between him and his parents, I think, not just him and his dad, but between him and his parents on the Sean Ryan Show. I don't pretend to know what's going on there. There has been somebody that commented on my video saying, how could, on the reaction that I was doing to DJ on the Sean Ryan Show, how could a person so cold as DJ reject his own flesh and blood, his son? And then they went on and said some other things. Like, I didn't know anything about that. So apparently, I don't know. Like, this is from the interwebs, right? So don't quote me on it. This isn't an attack. Obviously, the person's made the comment. I then went and had a look and asked the question, and it seems what the interwebs are returning, that DJ had a child out of his marriage, and he made, I don't know about the child, but he did speak on the Sean Ryan Show that he was unfaithful to his wife on the Sean Ryan Show. I don't know, and I don't remember if it led to him having a child or children with the other person or persons, whatever that case was. But it turns out, yeah, there's another child, and he, by the sounds of things, again, the interwebs plastering their narrative, saying that he's rejected that child and that DJ's mum and dad stepped in to look after and support. I don't know about raise, but support and look after that child that DJ had with another person. I don't know if that's the case. It's not really something I want to get into. So I assume that that's some of the stuff of why his dad, Don Shipley, has been posting stuff up, and I assume that that's why the comment is from the person that's put it on there. So I just acknowledged the person, said, hey, thanks for spending any time here. I knew nothing about that until you put this comment in. So since then, I had a little Google search to have a look, and that's what it came back with. Not something that I want to go back down. But what I would say is that as I read that comment, how could a person or a man reject their own flesh and blood, their son, their child? Like, I'll be honest, it happens, right? Like, without going into all the details, like as an example, my dad left before I was born. He got scared, whatever. He was young, worried about being a dad, not knowing what to do. Maybe felt like he still had his life to live. I don't know. But he left before I was born and didn't in any way try to make contact with me. I had no intention of reaching out to him. My mum always said to me, if I ever wanted to contact him, just let her know. She would support me and help me in doing that if I wanted to. I thought to myself at that stage when I was old enough, like sort of young teenager, I was like, what would I want to reach out to him for? I got no interest. Why would I bother? And then later on over time, things changed that particular period time in my life in terms of looking at family history, where I was from, and I could see my mum's side, but there's just this big gap on my dad's side. So that sparked an interest. I thought, I wouldn't mind knowing. I'm not after anything from him. He can't give me anything anyway. Like I'm not interested in trying to ask or try to, claim anything because he hasn't been there. And so I let my mum know out of courtesy, like, hey, mum, like, here's where I'm at. This is what I'm looking at. I'd like to have a better understanding of this side. Like I'm planning on trying to reach out and find, my dad, biological father. And she was all good. So, okay. So, yeah, we did. Long story short, met, no issue, met with him, heard his side of why he left. Got 2 younger brothers, 2 younger sisters. People say stepbrothers, stepsisters. I've got 4 siblings at the end of the day, 4 younger siblings, 2 sisters, 2 brothers. And they seem to be doing well, which is cool. My biological father made his decision at the time based on whatever it was that he was going through at that time. It hasn't affected where I'm at now. I don't know that it would affect or impact where I am now if he had been around. My reason for sharing that from a personal perspective is just that happens. Like I don't have the answers for it in terms of what was going on in their circumstances. I don't pretend to know what's going on in DJ's and or his relationship or lack of connection with his parents and or the child, the person that he had with this other woman. So not my place to assume anything or to judge other than to know that it does happen. And at the same time, in the same breath, acknowledging and knowing that I do and I will continue to judge people based on what I see and hear anyway. So even though it's not my job to, it is something that I inherently, intrinsically do, right or wrong. And I think it's something that everybody does. So just something that I thought I'd mention there anyway, just because of this question in terms of the paint me a picture, DJ's name coming up and a whole bunch of stuff popping up on YouTube in and around it. Actually, to be fair, I have received some requests to do a reaction to what's been happening with DJ and his dad putting up his videos. I've just replied to those people saying, hey, thanks for the recommendation or the suggestion. I'll have a look, but can't guarantee that I'll do a reaction to it and post it up. So anyway, where are we? Always thought you'd like it. Yep, I'm sure I will. Also, you may have answered it, but on the Open Country Nav, how much do they limit your food and sleep? Is it 4 hours a night down to 2 by the last day, and from 2 rationed meals down to 0? What I'd share in terms of that, I think I have spoken about this in other videos. So on the Open Country, how much they limit your food and sleep? Well, food, I think I've spoken about that. Like the first 4 days, breakfast was at the time a teaspoon of baked beans, a small sausage from like out of your spaghetti and sausages can, 1 egg, 1 slice of bread, and that was breakfast. So you don't get too many baked beans on your teaspoon when you're trying to put it into this big what they've got in the what do they call them? The press, when you go through the food press or whatever it's called, when you go to get your food. So you got this big massive plate and you got about 2 or 3 beans on it. You got an egg, which is good. You got a slice of bread, which is good, and you got a little sausage. And so that's your breakfast. There is no lunch. And there's for dinner at that time, we got what was called soup. And so in the soup, I spoke about that, it was essentially hot water with some salt and pepper in it for for flavor. And I remember my soup. There was some like frozen veggies, mixed peas and corn, and carrots, peas, corn, and carrots. I think chucked in there, sort of spread out like you got this big urn of hot water, salt and pepper, and then just some frozen mixed veggies chucked in there. That's what it seemed like. And you scoop in with your ladle to fill your cup's canteen. And essentially, your cup's canteen is some nice hot water with salt and pepper. And if you're lucky, you got some frozen veggies and stuff in there. So that's how it was at the time. That's what I remember anyway. And including speaking with guys that that we did selection together with. Those are some of our recollections and having a laugh. So that's essentially your food. There was no decent meals, although that was decent enough when you're running on fumes. And the rest during the day and into the evening is water. Have as much water as you like. For added temptation at the time, we had a ration pack, a 24-hour ration pack, which was in our pack and which was to stay closed and not to be touched. So, they do checks on it from time to time. I don't actually remember my ration pack being checked by the directing staff during selection. Maybe it was. Um, but I don't specifically on my selection and NZ directing staff saying, hey, pull out your ration packs, we want to inspect them. All I knew was I wasn't cracking that thing open because I didn't want to get kicked off. I'd heard of people getting kicked off selection because they disobeyed and they opened their ration pack and started eating some of the food in it when you weren't allowed to. So everybody's hungry, everybody's tired. You've been told not to, so I didn't do it within reason. I was also told not to go climbing fences with my pack on as well, but I did that a few times. I was also told stay off the roads on close country, but I did that as well, which I've spoken about a few times as well to try to make up time. So yeah, again, calculated risks. The ration pack one, for whatever reason, because I had heard what I'd heard, people got kicked off selection for cracking into their ration pack without permission. I was like, okay, mental note, I'm not going to do that. But I didn't hear of, and maybe I would have if I had heard of it, but I didn't hear of people getting kicked off selection for climbing a fence with their pack on. I didn't hear of people getting kicked off selection for getting busted on the road. If anything, I'd heard of people that got caught on the roads, got punished, got push-ups, got taken back, and still carried on. So those are probably part of my reasons for the calculated risks that I was willing to take. But back to your question, I don't know and can't remember how much it's limited overall. What I can say is that was the food process anyway, at least on my one. Sleep wasn't too bad, my recollection of it. So you had late nights, like be kept awake with other tasks, Morse code being one of those tasks to chew time. And I think on average, maybe we got released around about maybe midnight, sometimes a little bit later. So maybe sometimes, maybe a bit closer to 1 a.m. in the morning for the New Zealand one. And then needing to report by, from memory, I think maybe 5 o'clock. Yeah, probably 5 o'clock. But where you're limited in terms of how much rest and stuff you can get, unless you just decide to disregard what you need to do, was lost in the fact that you needed to get stuff ready for the next day. So if you got equipment that you need to deservice and clean, wash, dry, then repack, like after day one with your swimming and your wet clothes and everything like that, and it's in your pack all day, well, when you get your gear inspected, you need to have all of that stuff washed, dried, cleaned, repacked in your pack, ready to go for the next day, etc. Because you may need to use it on selection, whether it's an emergency situation or whether it's something that you're tasked to do. So you don't just go leaving all your gear wet in your pack or in your equipment that you're meant to have for the duration of selection after day one. Your gear needs to be, like with anything, including operations, your gear needs to be ready to go, ready to use. So when you're doing all of that and you've got limited machines and you've got a number of you on selection vying to use those handful of machines to get all your gear ready, you don't necessarily get to go and have a rest or get your head down until your work is done. So doing that might chew up some more time. Everything's now ready, packed. You're happy with that. Then you try and get some rest. So you might get a few hours rest in those first few days. Maybe I'd say 3 to 4 hours, maybe a little bit more. So I didn't think that was too bad. That's why I say I don't think it was too bad. And then, what was your question? Open country navigation. How much sleep? Sorry, I just lost it in the abyss of all these comments and stuff on here. Where are you? Where's your handle? Stuart, there we go. Open country, limit your food and sleep. So yeah, I can't speak exactly to how much times, but yeah, so your 4 hours is probably about right. Anywhere from 3 to 4 hours from memory that I recall anyway, if you were lucky to get that whole time for sleeping. And from 2 ration meals down to 0. So yeah, on my one, we had that same breakfast, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. So that encompasses your day 1, then the 3 days of open country navigation. That the meals were the meals for breakfast, lunch, no lunch, dinner was dinner, the soup. And yeah, so it didn't go down to 0. And then we're into the next phase. Yeah, hopefully that answers the question. Military dictatorship wouldn't be entirely bad. At least you get SHIT done. Crack up. Where are we? Now, Riverside, which is what I'm streaming this on, shows up as, I think, 4 hours. It has a spaz and conks out. So it's at 3.5 hours. I've been yapping away on here. Yes, I've missed out on my where I would usually be checking the charts and having a look. I probably wouldn't be on there too long anyway, the day trading charts that I use, because none of my alerts have gone off in terms of points of interest that I'd marked up where I expect price to come back to. So today is probably not really much of a trading day, it would seem anyway, because of that. But I digress. That was just a disclaimer in case everything just shuts down on here during this live. It's not because I've just randomly stopped. It may be because Riverside I've had enough of listening to this guy. 4 hours is here and he still hasn't stopped, so I'm going to shut down. Where are we? Paint me a picture. Did that one. Dictatorship. If the policies were so bad, then why do they never get changed when the other guys get in? Exactly, they are both the same. I think that might have been when I was having a rant about budgets and policies and that sort of stuff. Yeah, just seems like they're the same. Like, if one is better than the other, or if indeed those two sides or those parties think that they've got some really good stuff, bloody get together, hash it out, and do it for the betterment or benefit of the cost of living, or for your constituents, or for your people. Like, if that's what you're in it for, collaborate with these other people. But they don't. They just point fingers, throw stones, and say they're useless because they did this, or we inherited this from this party back when they were in power, so don't ask me questions about it because this is just what we inherited. We said from the outset that this was no blah blah blah. They've just got excuses for everything. So some of it may be true, may well and truly be accurate, but I guess where I'm coming from with that is, too bad, so sad. Like, you're in the hot seat now. What are you going to do about it? And I don't think those were the specific questions. What are your thoughts on the previous government and what they've left you in regards to the deficit or the budget and being in debt, etc.? They're asking you more specific questions. How does this aspect of the budget changes that you've put into place going to benefit the people of, in this case, Aotearoa or Australia or whatever? Or how does this benefit business owners? How does this benefit those that work and that want to save and put aside something for their children into a trust? How does taxing that at a higher rate benefit their children or their posterity, or what it is that they want to leave behind? And instead of answering those questions, they start pointing fingers and going, well, we're in this mess because the previous government decided to do this. So they never actually answer the question. They just talk around it and hope that they bamboozle you or us or me, and hope that we don't notice it. And then, I would love for the interviewers to press the point more, but more often than not, they don't. And so it just gets swept under the carpet and we just move on to the next we'll just move on to the next question that doesn't get answered. Anyway, I'm assuming that's what Rubber Kiwi's comment was about. Where are we? Military dictatorship. Done that. If policies yet did that. I remember catching somebody. There's a we never expected to on a job in Basra. We had the 3 we expected, and then this guy, and we brought him. Yep. So brought him in, I assume. Get questioned, get intel from him. By the way, Chris Fetz or Fetus, this is from Solly, said doing live shooting with people next to target like NZ/22SAS have done is dumb. Thoughts? Oh well, each to their own. Chris, I don't know who Chris Fetz is. What's his background? I don't know. Do they do that kind of live shooting now? I would presume, Solly, that they do. I think there's a value and benefit in it in terms of at least the way it was done in a controlled environment of what I participated in and went through anyway. I think it adds a layer or a level to the training in terms of the need before you even get to that stage. The level of training is higher. The level of validation and accuracy needs to be better. The level of it's a bit of an acknowledgement from your peers and from your instructors and from your team members in terms of trust. So you're progressing. You don't just rock up day one of your cycle doing CQB and right, here's the target, and here's one of your buddies going to be standing right next to it, and your job is to put 2 right in the brainstem, right between the eyes or in the forehead, and carry on moving through and clearing this building or this area or this room. That's just not how it works. There's a whole bunch of steps and processes and things that you need to be able to prove and show and demonstrate to a high level. Day, night, gas mask, equipment, under fatigue. There's a massive onboarding and layering of steps that you must be able to show and demonstrate at an extremely high level, as I mentioned, before you even get a look at doing anything like that. So, not to mention the other things in and around trust from your peers and that sort of thing. So, yeah, I think there's a place for it. I think it was good during my time, and I say was because I don't know if they're still doing it now. I would be assuming that they still do stuff like that, and that they still follow the processes of leveling up. Let's use that, leveling up, in order to get to a stage whereby they're comfortable and confident in you doing something like that. And if you don't get to that stage and you're not allowed to do that, then obviously you're not meeting the requirements. The fact that Chris Fetz or Fetus has his opinion, good on him. That's his opinion, and have at it. Back, and a few days later, a man and woman arrived and spent less than 30 seconds with him, and he started talking. Okay, I think that's the follow-up to the other guy that he's had. Didn't expect to. Ask Maggie Thatcher about the kill room. Yeah, crack up. I don't know what she has to say about it, but I assume she's likely been in there and probably had some experiences, as well as other dignitaries from other countries. I don't know about prime ministers, but yeah, maybe. John McAleese 22 Iranian embassy siege said they'd shoot targets next to each other's heads in documentary essays The Real Story on YouTube. Yeah, well, I believe him if that's what he's saying, because I've seen that and been a part of that in terms of training. And so, like I said, I think it's a good thing. I think it has its place. As to whether or not they still do that kind of thing now, I'd like to think, and I'd assume that they do, because I think it adds another level again. Once you've gone through all those things that I spoke about, progressing and getting to that stage, when you then actually do it and you do it regularly, it becomes, like with anything, it becomes more instinctual, and you become more competent and confident in it. Don't get me wrong, you've developed a heck of a lot of competence and confidence leading up to that. Like, well, at least for me, I can only speak for myself. I felt really comfortable and confident in doing that sort of stuff. And then when you are not exposed, but then when you are applying it and doing it for real, as what John McAleese has expressed and outlined there of what they did, it helps cement things even more. And for me, I was like, this is real. Like, if this happens and you're on a job, you have to understand that there could be an innocent civilian or bystander or hostage in between you and the target that you're there to take out. The mission, rescue the hostages. That's the mission. Nice, simple, easy to understand. That's always the mission in a counter-terrorist operation. Rescue the hostages. Nice and simple for the door kickers to go in and execute and do what they need to do. Part of that rescuing the hostages is understanding that there's a potential where that may happen. And the Iranian embassy highlighted that like nobody's business. And since then, there's been many people who have been confronted with situations like that. Christian Craighead, Kyle Morgan, singles, pretty much for the most part, single solo CQB operations that they needed to do because they were Johnny on the spot right there and then. Then you've got other tasks where, guys have gone in, Delta Force and other similar units to do hostage rescues and that sort of thing, or to take out targets. So, yeah, I think there's a definite place for it, and it has its place in that particular environment anyway, for the work that they do. Maggie loved the kill room. 30 seconds, good result. Yep. Already knew him. Bro. Yep. If John has said it, that's the gospel. That guy was a trendsetter in CT work. No arguments from me. Here, dropping genuine, thought-provoking questions makes us look bad. I think that's in response to the other question that caught me by surprise. Crack up, Dazza. His son was my best pal growing up. Wow, that's heritage and history right there, eh? How cool is that? Being best mates with John McAlee's son. Well, the son that got killed in Afghan ? As if you know what thought is. As if you know what thought is, laughing, but I'm not sure what that one's for. It's probably for something that I was talking about ages ago. Yeah, mate. Yep. So you met the man. He was basically my uncle, not literally. Wow. You had good links growing up. Sorry to hear about your mate's passing. Yeah, no parent should have to bury a child. He picked me up from school and stuff. I'm reading the conversation here from people in the chat, which is cool. It was never so like these guys, Solly and Tutu Dazza, been kind supporters of my little space. So yeah, pretty cool that they would take time and have been here for so long. I don't know if they're still on here now, but have been in here for so long, having a yap away amongst themselves by the looks of things. What's this? He picked me up from school. I'd be telling teachers. It was never pushed on me, though a lot of people tend to assume that. What's this? I don't do movie stars or musicians. That would be like meeting Elvis for me. Early 80s SAS history is all about him. My granddad never took me serious about it till I was about 10, and I had been saying this since I could literally talk. Wow, that's amazing. It's interesting to me at such the young ages that people are that make this decision of where they're gonna go, and or join the unit or join a unit like the SAS. Yeah, Bill Bestick was one. You're one. Other people, Jamie Pinnell, I think, is another one. Ex-Kiwi SAS lad here. I think he might have said he was 10 or something like that as well. For me, I was 14. It's something I've never sat down and spoken about with a lot of my mates from the unit and said, hey, when did you decide that you were going to join the unit? Like, do you remember what age you were? But it's interesting. It would be interesting. I'd love to know, because it just, I don't know, must be something about that generation or something that you stumble upon at that time. For me, it was that black book SAS and had some cool pictures in it that sort of like set in my head, rewired in my brain, like that's where I'm going. That's what I want to do. So it'd be interesting. There's probably some similarities with these others. There's a documentary series called SAS Survival Secrets by BBC. Is in it? Think you and Joe would like it. Okay. X22 guys from 70s, 80s are in it. I'd probably like it then. It had me a little plastic MP5 I took to school. Come in, son. Holy heck. Probably back in the days where you wouldn't have got in trouble. As good as as good as he says, huh? Great sense of humor, those Aussies. He was as common as muck as well. Hard case. How's it, bro? Ninja cuts. Yeah, all good, as a no doubt. Met a few, but read so much. I would be the same, I guess. Initial reaction as someone meeting Tom Cruise. I don't know the man, just the legend, and it's outstanding. Yeah, I bet. No death penalty in UK outside of USA. Don't know of any Western country that has death penalty. Okay, yeah, cool. I assume it's been abolished. Is that the right word? Be the same meeting Joe for the first time. He wore the badge for wouldn't last though. Crack up. You're too kind, bro. There's a cheers. So, by the way, just seeing what you said about Paul, seeing Mac at his funeral ruined me more than anything ever will or has. Yeah, I bet, especially somebody so close. Nicole's daughter said their dad was never the same after his son's death. I bet. It's just the impact that must have will have on the family and loved ones. Yeah, crazy. You a good, son?
Yeah, I was looking for one of my shirts.
Where are we? After watching the SAS documentaries and hearing some of the stories from Vietnam, you men have had big boots to fill. Yeah, no doubt, eh? Like the legacy that those guys, I think to a degree in the current global war on terror and what's happened, there's been some boots that have, probably been filled by those people. Not by me. I'm saying by those that have been involved in some very hectic stuff and operations, especially with the global war on terror that was happening. But no doubt, like, those from Vietnam and earlier times and the conflicts that they've been involved in, they laid a massive foundation, like a massive legacy of excellence, professionalism, commitment, the desire and drive to win, the ability to just go always a little further, to who dares wins, to make calculated risks, to being prepared to risk it all for their mates, for the person next to them. So yeah, 100%. I think that'll always be the case. I think there's soldiers these days, at least the ones that I know, some of the ones that I know that are still serving, and some of the newer ones, they feel like, based on what they've seen and heard, they feel like the Defence Force these days isn't as connected, or isn't as hard, or isn't as, dare I say, good. I use that, loosely, not a derogatory term in any way, just based on conversations that I've had with current soldiers, some from my vintage and others that are newer, that have just, been a little bit saddened by what they've seen over the years in terms of soldiering, or numbers and soldiering in some of those units. So not so much the regiment or the SAS, but just the army in general, if I use that, since I don't really communicate with people in the Navy or Air Force. It's been more people that are in the army. But yeah, interesting. So I think there's probably a perspective or perception that there's always going to be big shoes to fill. I don't think there's anything wrong with that if it's channeled in the right way and people use it as a means to try to do better, and use it as a means to, what do the All Blacks say? Use it as a means to try to leave the jersey in a better place than when they were there. So whatever that is, whatever department or area or business or profession a person does, trying to leave that in a better place than where it was when a person started in there or was a part of it. I would agree for sure. He died of a broken heart, as they say. We had big boots to fill before them, mate. Yeah. And so that's why I say I think it will always be ongoing, regardless of what generation. Yeah. There's a genuinely sorry for you. Yep. Never goes away. Yeah. Cheers, brother. That's it. Remember them always, but don't dwell on them. Yeah. That's cool. Very mature, wise is the word I'm looking for. remember them always. Don't dwell on them. Like, it's good advice, man, for anybody with regards to challenges or anything, or dealing with loss. I think that's good advice anyway. You know what they say about men with big boots? They've got big feet. Yep. Don't make their sacrifice about you. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, 100%. I think that's really good advice. I don't know that that's just hit me now. Like, that's a great comment, Daz. I don't think I've personally thought about that. I don't know of anybody that I've spoken to that's thought about that as well. I think it's more of a being respectful of, man, the sacrifices that people have gone through, say the unit as an example, and what they've done, what they've achieved, and the legacy that they've left behind. That's the part that drove me and made me feel like, man, this is like, you're part of something pretty special here, and having an opportunity to be a part of this work, and or to potentially influence others being a part of the work is pretty cool. So yeah, no, I like that. Don't make it about, where was it? Don't make their sacrifice about you. Yeah, good point, no doubt. They're just the ones I've seen. You're not wrong, but the Vietnam boys were crazy as hell. Yes, I think that's in relation to death threats, and people putting things out, and then some people deciding to go and act on those. Crazy, man. I watched one about Long Tan. I think the place is called Long Tan, maybe. Yeah, Battle of Long Tan. I don't know a lot about it, but I have seen some of that stuff. Like, I'm not a history buff when it comes to military history and that sort of thing. People have often said to me, how can you not know the history well when you joined the army and you went to the SAS? Like, what's wrong with you? I was like, well, that wasn't what I joined for. If I wanted to study history, I would have bloody studied history. So I joined to get amongst it and go do a job that I thought was cool. That's what I wanted to do. I would learn lessons learned and improve from the instructors that are going to be teaching me on the courses. And then when I deploy and go away and then have that opportunity to apply and or learn myself, then I can come back and then pass that on. I didn't sign up to then grab a book out and start reading all the military history I could find. So yeah, that's been my answer to those that have asked that question. But I get it to a degree when people are like, oh man, you should know your history, blah, blah, blah. Hey, I don't know my history very well. So yeah, it is what it is. Here, bro, Jaguar Paw. Yeah. That's when I was talking about the Apocalypto. What's this? In case no one told you, the job isn't normal. People don't do the things you do. You're all crazy as hell. It's from Rubber Kiwi. How's this going? Oh, 3 minutes, and this may conk out. But I can tell you what, I'm just going to jump back on again because what is the time? 3:30. It's early as. I only started this nearly 4 hours ago. Anyway, if nobody's on there, nobody's on there. Actually, who was on there? Oh, yeah, there's a handful of people still on there and still some comments popping up. Well, yeah, I don't know if they're questions or comments, but there's stuff coming up I can see in the number box over there that wasn't there before because I downloaded this. Anyway, where are we? Just bloody lost where I was up to again. You're not wrong, bud. The Vietnam boys were crazy as hell. Oh, actually, it might have been talking about not what I was talking about in terms of the death threats. It might have been in relation to the big boots to fill. So my apologies, probably stuffed that up. I had my eyes set on clearance diver. The SAS men I met during my service were dangerous gentlemen. Yeah, clearance divers are blinking hearty course, man. Like I've done some reactions to the Australian clearance diver course. What a phenomenal course. Those guys are fit as bloody greyhounds. Those guys, just from what I've seen on the videos. And yeah, very cool. One of my mates, Kiwi guy, I've spoken about him before. He was the one he was a clearance diver. He did TAG East, so Tactical Assault Group, doing all the CQB stuff, CT stuff, which in the early stages when over in Sydney, they adopted it, and there was a bunch of clearance divers that were a part of it as well, and learning and applying and doing it to a high level. And then he did selection over in Australia. And I remember seeing him, Māori boy, Kiwi fella, after selection, out at Bindoon in the showers. And I walked in there, he's getting cleaned up, and he goes, "Bro, I'm never eating again," because he was shredded, pretty ripped, like an 8-10 pack for Africa across the front, and just really lean, like lost a heck of a lot of weight during the 21 days in the selection, as people do. But it just that image has always stayed with me, and his comment, "I'm never eating again," in a hoary ass voice too. And we just started cracking up. And but like me and everybody else, we do start eating again. And we eat again until we put some weight back on. So yeah, it's short-lived, but some good memories. But he was a clearance diver. I think he did work. He was I think one of the technical and safety divers and advisors on that television series in Australia called Water Rats. I think it was called. It was like a police investigation TV series that they used to run, Water Rats, I'm pretty sure it was called. So he was one of the divers, safety and advisors on that show. That fella's done a lot of stuff. He's back here in NZ now, down the South Island, got a beautiful property, takes people out on hunting expeditions, and that's what he's pretty much doing full time. Anyway, I digress. Clearance divers, you need to be a different type to do it. Is this still going? It's still going. It's over 4 hours, so I don't know. We'll see if it carries on. You do need to be a different type to do it from DASA for sure, but we do have a lot of assets that help us as well. Yeah, 100%. Obviously, you still have to do the physical things, but having the do-does we do helps a lot. Yeah, having the do-does, having the physical and the mental and the emotional qualities, attributes, traits, I think is, or not, I think that's an important part of what makes up those that go on to serve in that space. But I think it's the same with anything. Like, you got to have a certain type of mindset attribute to be in the financial space, to be a go-getter billionaire, to be a race car driver, to be a business owner, to be a member of government, whatever. Like, even to be a member of a gang, you've got to have a certain type of mindset and maybe be a little bit crazy as well to go and do those things. I don't know. You can be a dangerous man or a dangerous gentleman. I know what one I fancy. Gentlemanly warfare means less SUI trucks. SUI trucks? SUI trucks? I've not heard that term before, bro. Gentlemanly warfare means less SUI trucks. Smiling face. The British government don't give about veterans. It seems like that, man. From what I've seen, Club Aid Bissy. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Club ADEBISI. The British government don't give a toss, essentially, about veterans. It seems like that to me, man. Like what's his name? Not Paul Stinger or Steiner or bloody, I think I was calling him Spoofstein. The other guy, Lord Fraudhermer is the one I call, appointed by bloody Starmer, and just their persistence on hunting and trying to raise charges or allegations and charges, supposed investigation into war crimes for former soldiers. It's just nuts that has been allowed to happen, even though there's all that controversy that a good investigative journalist team has done, shining light on the gaps and the seemingly corruption and hidden agendas to try to make money out of it. It's still nothing's being done. Prime Minister doesn't hold anybody to account. There's no official investigation happening, and soldiers are the ones suffering at the end of the day, UK soldiers, as a result, which is just rubbish. I need to see Bravery and Betrayal, man. Cheers for the reminder. Oh, yeah, cool. Hopefully you get to see it. It was on free to air, I think, a while ago, so hopefully it's still on free to air. It's, yeah. I spoke about it when I watched it. It was cool seeing a lot of good men on that video, but it raised, I don't mind sharing, like I shed a few tears as I listened to some of them speaking, and particularly the family members as well, the loved ones. Lockie's son and his wife, Dids's wife, just the operators, one of the operators talking, and the experience with his young children at the time, and them holding on to him, telling him not to go. Like, the stuff that the lads have been through, having a bit of an understanding of what it took for them to not only get there and then also continue serving there for the length of time that they did and the types of jobs that they were doing, and for them to not get the support from government, even though they do what the government asks, was pretty sad and demoralizing to a degree for me to see that and hear the guys speaking, even to the point that they needed to try to balance the scales somewhat, raise money to make and create their own documentary to give their side of what was happening and how they were going about doing their work day in, day out. Because that stuff the media saw, and their wisdom to not show any of that. Like, let's not show the good stuff that's happening. Let's not show the danger that they're facing day in, day out. Let's not show some of the heartache that happens and why they have the fat lady's arms, the little bar that they had there. Let's target and go, oh, they're abusing alcohol and they're committing war crimes because they're in an altered state and all this other rubbish coming out. Let's not shine a light on any of the good things that they did. Let's not talk about the good comments from the Americans that were supportive of the work and what they witnessed and observed firsthand with, at the time, the Australian SF units that were working. Let's just disregard all of that and just focus in on these allegations by local Afghan people who are in a known Taliban terrorist area, claiming that Australian troops have committed war crimes and that they just murdered innocent, unarmed farmers. Let's just go that route and focus in on that. Pretty disappointing. And sad to hear these and see these guys needing to try to a degree, trying to defend themselves and indeed try to defend the integrity of the unit. Anyway, my dad was in Vietnam, joined as a Navy corpsman at 16, too young for Army, joined them later. Wow, we don't give a F about the government either. DW. I'm not aware of conviction, but Brent Tucker said it's stuff he reported on his known in community to be true. On his own in community to be true. Okay. Also, others like Eric Deming, Navy SEAL, recommends Matthew Cole's work. Matthew Cole has some US SF guys backing him. Not all as SEAL. Jack Carr doesn't like him. Chris Fetz ST6 was negative on him. Okay. Yeah, probably, well, like with anything, going to be negative Nigels and everything, just like there is with me. Nobody's perfect. Kiwis are right next door, though. Crack up, rubber Kiwi. What's this? Mustang Sally. Hey, you done the reaction to Bish yet? Yep. Yeah, if you're talking about Bish, the guy that got hit by the tank, yeah, that was done ages ago, last year. If that's the one you're talking about, on the, what was the name of the podcast that he was on? He was on a podcast with his mates anyway. I think that's the one you're talking about. Mustang Sally. I'd laugh because the Kiwi guy that I was talking about, that was a clearance diver, then did the selection as well in Australia and is back here in NZ. One of his cousins, that was one of the songs that got busted out. He grabbed the guitar and hoary ass voice and started singing that song. And so usually when we see each other, that's how we refer to each other, as Mustang Sally, because that's how he was singing the song. Crack up, Mustang Sally 2233. So yeah, the Bish reaction's been done quite a while ago. It must be somewhere in the videos. I can't remember what I named it. Maybe something to do with him anti-tank mine being struck with it. But yeah, phenomenal, man. That guy has got some experience, is what I'd say, not stories. He's got some experience with the stuff that he's seen and done, not just with his time in UK SF and 2-2, but also his time in the Ukraine. I could have easily sat and listened to him longer, but I'm pretty sure that podcast, that interview only went for like an hour and something. And I think in that reaction, I was saying he should be on the Sean Ryan show. Like there is hours and hours of untapped experiences and information in that guy Bishop's story. I think Bish is short for Bishop. Sorry if I got that wrong. But yes, I have done that reaction. Sean Ryan said he was underwhelmed by Matthew Cole report. Okay. Yep. I don't know. The SEALs are never shy on telling you all about it. I find it hard to take Americans at their word. Too tribal, too needy for others' approval. Is it the real story or the story everyone wants to hear? Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's hard. It's hard to bloody hell. I think people would say it's probably hard to listen to me too, or take me at my word or what I talk about. I think I'm finding it more challenging. I think as I go on the interwebs and look at things to wonder if that's actually is that real or is that AI? Like people are doing some crazy stuff with AI these days, and that for me, yeah, I think it's somewhat daunting, like borderline scary with regards to what is, and this is just early stage AI use and the agentic era and the agents that are used and how people are using them to create businesses that are making money, that are using them to do essentially 90+% of the work for them that they would normally have to do or would usually outsource to people and have to pay them. They're just using AI to do it. And I don't profess or pretend to know or understand that world and how they're doing that because I haven't taken time to delve into it. I have been playing around with little bits and pieces of AI stuff from the music space, like that Suno music, I think is pretty cool. But other than that, and maybe thumbnails from time to time. But other than that, not too much. But I think, yeah, just to your comment around finding it hard to take Americans at their word. For me, I sort of extend that out a bit further, not just America or anyone really, but just in terms of what's been shoved down our eyeballs online. So when I see less noise on a screen, so like the live stuff that I've seen, and it just seems very. I don't think energetic is bad. Like it's cool that they've got some energy on the live streams that they do on like Twitch and Kick and that sort of thing. But all the other stuff, which just seems a bit over the top, and like groups of people doing just outlandish things. I personally tend to be more drawn to things like the Sean Ryan show, the Joe Rogan podcast, or the Joe Rogan experience. Like they're just plain, they're just raw, they're just normal, or what I would call normal. Like they're not over the top hyped. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Beast and I Show Speed and the Aiden Rosses and all that sort of stuff of the world, highly successful people in terms of what they do. That works for them. I think PewDiePie is another one of those YouTube people and influencers. Successful, doing awesome, good for them. Like that suits their personality. I'm more drawn to like the stuff that I just mentioned with the Sean Ryans and the Joe Rogans, and less clutter on the screen. That's the way I'd probably describe it. But hey, it works for them, and that's what they enjoy doing, and they've got a massive following that support them and like what they do. So fill their boots, I say. Keep cracking on. Where are we? Bloody lost where I was up to again. Clearance diver did that one. Right next door did that one. Taking out that word. Okay, that one. What's this one? Bush is an ex-22 SAS bloke, who survived a tanker in Ukraine. He does an Unreal interview. Yeah. So that is the guy. And yes, I have done a reaction to that. I don't know if he's done other interviews. It'd be great if he has. Like, people should get him on their podcasts and interview him, I reckon, or do it in person with him. Like, he's seems awesome. What's this? I thought that was the whole point of selection, being treated like a scumbag. You're not wrong. That's part of it. I wouldn't say that's the whole point, but it's definitely part of the process. Oh, yep, just found it. Oh, there you go. Cool. I'm glad you found it. I know in the diving training that was the point. See where your breaking point was. Yeah, I bet, man. Some of that. Which diving stuff are you talking about? Is that for the regiment or for America? I think in any course, like probably the water, the amphib course, diving course. Yeah, I've shared in other videos guys that have done that. I haven't done that course, but guys that have done it said that they found it harder than selection. Not all of them, but a number of guys that I know. I said, man, that was bloody miserable. Wet, cold, sandy, pretty much the whole time. They found it harder than selection in some aspects. Maybe not all of them, but those are some of the words that they shared anyway. Yeah, hearty bloody course. The fellas that go and do that. Where are we? In selection, they don't want to break you. They need to see how far you can go before you start to deteriorate. Royal Marine selection physically breaks you. Oh, wow. So that, yeah, the selection, I agree with that, like SA selection. Royal Marine selection, I know nothing about that, but where does this got physically breaks you? Interesting. And if that's the intent, even more interesting. Obviously, there's an element to the selection course, whether it's regardless of which country, or SEALs course, or Delta, or ST6, or whatever. There's an element of any selection course for Special Forces that's designed to break you down and wear you down and see how, like as I said, see how far you can go. For some people that are on selection, for some people it does break them at that time for whatever reason. So maybe in that moment they're underprepared, they're not ready physically, mentally, whatever, and they have an option. And I've spoken about this at length multiple times. Many people go, okay, wasn't good enough, wasn't ready this time, I quit this time. Some people, and you go away, get better, reassess, but I'm coming back and I'm going to do this again. They go back and they do it again, they pass. So, although some people may have been broken or quit the first time or second time, there's a strength about them, I reckon, which is underrated, and their resilience and ability to go back and do it again and again and again. So yeah, there's some character in there for people to go and do that, I think, anyway. Where are we? Oh geez, did I miss some of these? No, I got that. No, I got that. SEALs find it hard. Americans, read that. Oh yeah, found it. Okay. In selection, they don't want to. Oh yeah, read that. Halfway through, you literally start to fall apart. Toenails and layers of skin sacrificed. Yeah, and I've heard Big Phil Campion talk about that. I've seen that firsthand. Thankfully, I didn't experience toenails coming off, not during the selection, but layers of skin, yes. Swelling of feet, and too painful, or feeling super painful to take just even a step, or to sit down and or get up. I've experienced that, and I've seen people that have literally had, when they've been taking their socks off, skin was coming off with it on selection. It's not a pretty sight, and somehow those people still manage to find a way to keep going, which is unreal. Like, that's awesome. And then I've seen guys at the end of selection who had sore feet pretty much the majority through selection, and turns out at the end, when they got scans done, they got fractured bones. Their feet are broken, like the bones, the metatarsals, something like that. The bones in the feet anyway, the top part, and towards the toes, where they had multiple broken bones. So walking around with broken feet, silently complaining, internally complaining about sore feet, passing selection at the end, then can actually have a sigh of relief and a bit of a whinge and moan and go, man, my bloody feet are sore as, I don't know what's wrong. And then going getting scans, and then, oh, here's your x-rays. You see here and here and here, your feet are actually broken. You got fractures in your bones. And so no wonder it wasn't very comfortable. Thankfully, I didn't have any of that, but some of my mates, some who are no longer with us, experienced that at the end of their selection. Passed, got all the way through, got badged as well, and served. So anyway, where are we? Read that. Skins here. 30, AWOL Stew, 30 is the cutoff age in Australia to begin dive training. Okay. I started at 31 and got a chit from the OIC, as so many had dropped out, and a US medical officer forgot to check my age on commencement. I think that's what you're saying. Wow, that's like, look at that, eh? Medical officer, missed the age, got a chit. Did you get a chit, like permission, an exemption? Is that what you mean? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Got an exemption chit to allow you to be able to do do the course. Awesome, bro. It'll grow back, or you didn't really need it. Yeah. Hey, highly trained professional hunter of men, I'm gonna kill you. Are you though? PM, what's this? PMS? I'm not sure what that last part is. Question mark. Cry laughing is a survival skill. Humor is how you block out the pain when you're on your back, doing leg flutters at midnight after a night compass swim, cold, and questioning your life choices. Sounds like somebody with some good experience there. E-baby secrets. What's this, Rubber Kiwi? Dad always said you can laugh or you can cry. Dehydration is a shitty way to die. Look at that. The poets. Hey, bro, bit off topic. Did you ever get the chance to rub shoulders with Lachlan Muddle? No, I didn't. No, I've been asked that question not long after, obviously, the news of rest in peace to Muds after his passing. So, no, never had the chance. I think from what I saw or read, I think he did selection. Oh, bloody, I can't remember. Might have been after 2010, 2000. Yeah, I can't remember. I'd probably get it wrong. Either way, he'd come in. I'd already been and gone by the time he got there. So never had the privilege of meeting Muds, but from everything I've seen, people speak extremely highly of him, and just tragic and sad, tragic way to go in terms of the skill and experience and knowledge that he had with thousands of jumps, and to have that. I don't even know the details, whether it was a collision and then a canopy failure. I don't know exactly. And then to pass away like that, just gutted for him and his family. So rest in peace to Muds, as people affectionately referred to him as, or those that knew him best. So maybe I should call him Lachlan Muddle, call him by his full name, seeing as I didn't know him very well. But I say it with reverence and respect anyway, if I do call him Muds. Never too late to give it a try. To understand why the cutoff exists. Yeah, is that for the? I'm assuming that must be for the diving. That was it. Rubber Kiwi mentioned, or AWOL Stew mentioned. Yeah, I bet. Where are we? And your dad sounds like a smart man. He had his moments. I have mine sometimes too. Not always. How long were you in the unit? Still in two minds. What's next? Still in two minds. What's next? To stay or turn a new leaf? Yeah. Well, I'm in comms with Dazza, so look forward to meeting you one day, and whether that's a video call, preferably in person, and then chew the fat and who knows, see what happens. But I have no doubt, bro, you'll be successful in whatever it is you are going to do when that time comes. It's just like you can't help it. Just applying what you've done, what you've been through, to whatever the next chapter or stage of life is, and good things will happen. I didn't just let out a girly squeal at meeting a rock star at all. You only get a certain amount of girly squeals in life, and you used one. I appreciate it, bro. Awesome. Good to read the combos in there. Now, I think maybe there isn't so many more. So let's see. What was that one? Girly cries. Girly squeals was the last one. Nothing special at all. Where are we? Oh, man. There's still quite a few. That's all right. Truck passing by, hence the name. I just read it was a joke or talk with a mouthful of marbles underwater, and it's appreciated. I think you just added the appreciated part in at the end just to try to be kind. Here we go. Squeals, nice one. Appreciated, but nothing special. That's from Dazza. Not many interests, military history, Commonwealth, and SAS in particular. Grumpy old man now, but the fanboys in there somewhere. Thanks for all the stuff we'll never know. Only a couple of hours behind Joe. Hope she doesn't have dinner plans. Nope. No dinner plans. Not that I know of. I seriously appreciate that, mate. You're like me. I have a few things in life I like, and the rest just passes me by. Yeah. Just keep swimming. That's the mouthful of marbles one. I caught up. I'm in the truck passing by, hence the name. LOL, Rubber Kiwi. He's the mate you go to the pub and 4 hours later haven't finished the first jug. Then what happened, bro? Definitely you can be proud of your heritage and assimilate to other cultures without it being a problem. Yeah, 100%. What a great comment. Only becomes a problem if somebody decides to make it a problem, or they feel offended by what's been said or by somebody else's opinion. I.e., there's only two genders. I think that guy Aiden Ross channeled a lot of hate from people that got up in arms about him saying and posting there are only two genders. Bloody good on him. Like, I don't know that he did it to try to be controversial or what. I think he's just sharing his point of view. And if there's other people that don't share that point of view, well, each to their own. Like, you don't have to agree. He's just sharing his point of view, just like you share your point of view. So if you don't like it, bloody suck it. Crack on with life. What are we? Best part of the New Zealand military: no boys, no girls, no skin colors, all just soldiers. What? If us, the Hamasers, can figure it out, what's everyone else's excuse? What's everyone else's excuse? Hard case. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that was sarcasm or what. I don't know about the like there's won't go into details here. But there's some thoughts in and around the state of the NZDF anyway, particularly in regards to combat roles. But anyway, I'd finish it for him. The just would be dry in 20 minutes. Jug, aye. New Zealand military is rooted in its culture, but still welcoming of all races and backgrounds. It's cool to see and how it should be done. I think that's cool as well. Exactly how can the suits not figure it out? I think it's nice too. Like, people have their opinions, and some people don't like that a Te Ao Māori cultural lens has been heavily embedded into the New Zealand Army. Like, I'll be honest, when I joined the New Zealand Army, there wasn't a massive Māori culture or Te Ao Māori worldview embedded into the New Zealand Defence Force. Like, you didn't have, like, they've got the values and stuff in there in Te Reo Māori. They've got I suppose acknowledgements and stuff that weren't around when I was in the army, before meetings and all that sort of stuff. There seems to be an effort of leaders in the military to use Te Reo Māori when they're speaking, whether it's at parades or, at least incorporate some of it. Just stuff that wasn't around when I was in the New Zealand Army. And my wife and I noticed some of the changes just when we came back to New Zealand on a holiday, and noticed that there was more Te Reo Māori being used just on television by news media when they're speaking, when they're introducing stuff. And I thought, wow, things have changed a lot. And so to see it in the military, I think it's cool. It's a recognised iwi and tribe here in Aotearoa, as far as I'm aware, Ngāti Tūmātaonga, the god of war. And so that's cool. But at the same time, I also understand that there's a number of people here in New Zealand, here in Aotearoa, that served in the military way back when, and who have looked at it now and who have opinions and thoughts of that, like, they don't necessarily agree with it. They don't understand why a Te Ao Māori worldview has been so embraced or embedded into the New Zealand Defence Force. And, I wasn't around when those decisions were being made, but clearly people made decisions, whether they were voted for or not. They're in place now, and I think it's cool. So I've seen Indian soldiers wearing, instead of a beret, wearing a turban with their corps badge or their cap badge on it. So to Daz's point, embracing and welcoming others to be able to participate, join, serve, I think is a good thing. Job comes first. If it's not contributing, it's not required. Thanks. Yeah, there you go. That's another way of looking at it. Like, you're there to do a job. You're there to sign up. If you can't do that job, then you shouldn't be there. Like, that's what I think. So debates and stuff around people talking about females in combat roles and whatever. If they can do the job, I've always said this. Do I think they should be? I would prefer that they weren't, just from a, I think that's just from a male protective perspective, not from a sexist perspective or thinking that they can't. I think for the most part, well, I think anyway, if females choose to go into a combat role, if they can do the job and they can meet the same standard as everybody else, that the standard hasn't been adjusted to accommodate or suit a different gender, like the females coming in, or somebody's ability or inability to do certain things, that things aren't adjusted or tweaked for that, and so therefore they meet the standard, then more power to them. They should be allowed to do it if that's what they want to do. But if they can't meet the standard, and then there's an uproar about the standards are not designed in such a way that take into account diversity, equality, and inclusion, then I think that's just a load of rubbish. So if you can't do the job, you can't do the job, like Rubber Kiwi has said. We've got the stuff we need. Never hurts to have some spares. Yeah, I reckon. If you're bringing the needy or the best of society, then fine. There's avenues you can take legally. What's that one for? We loved acquiring stuff everywhere we went. Yeah. If we asked for it, we would need to bring it back. Yeah, if you don't ask for it and if you acquire it, you don't need to bring it back, eh? So if that's what you're getting at, I think that's a good point. The recent TV show was pretty good. Their Patty Mayne was really toned down, though. What's that? Is that Rogue Heroes? I've seen some comments now about how they got Patty Mayne wrong. I haven't watched it. Oh, I've watched Rogue Heroes, but I haven't watched those clips that have been put up on YouTube. Just seen the YouTube thumbnail. They got Patty Mayne's character wrong or whatever. So I don't know what's going on there. Could anybody ever really get Patty Mayne's character right unless they were there with him, right beside him, and lived it with him? So it's all going to be based on, accounts and diaries, journal entries, I imagine, and the legends that spread of his greatness, let's say, in terms of the soldiering space. So anyway, what's this? I once heard someone say there were over 1,000 people on that balcony going into Princess Gate. Yeah, I think some comments have said if I had not if I had $1. I think somebody's shared something. It was on those sort of lines. It said if I believed everyone that said they were on the balcony of the Iranian embassy, there'd be over 1,000 people that stormed the Iranian embassy that day, or something like that, which made me laugh and smile. What are we? Solly X22 says RSM Ratcliffe. Yep, gave a story on 22 guys acquiring. Sorry, this moved again, but hopefully it's not too far. Guys acquiring pillows on flight to Iraq for Gulf War I, US plane, US NCO pissed. Ratcliffe said he'd talk a walk after a search would happen. Take a walk, I mean, is maybe what you're saying. And any pillows found on soldiers would lead them to be RTU'd. After his walk, miraculously, two guys had pillows in front of them to be trusted to US plane. I probably returned to the US plane. Crack up. Got a problem? Let's step outside, Sergeant. Not ideal in an aeroplane. Best to let them go first. Everyone wants the magic answer to life, the secret to happiness, etc. Just keep going. That's all you can do. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. And hopefully anybody that might take the time to stop by here or read your comment, just has the same perspective and goes after what it is that they're wanting to do. The past is an anchor and things start to rot if they don't move. Keep going. Yeah, collect and build up rust, just sitting out there like some of my gym equipment, which is sitting outside there rusting away in the weather, not because it's not moving, but not because it's not being used or moved. It's just just is what it is. The blessings of Aotearoa weather here in Te Whanganui a Tarapōneke Porirua Wellington Aotearoa. Anyway, what's this? Officer walked up, threw me a goffer. Salute. Officer, what's this from AWOL Stew? He asked why did I join Navy? Woman in every port? ? No, sir. A port in every woman. He shook his head and dropped salute and left me alone. Hard case. AWOL Stew. Rubber Kiwi. Train the way you mean to fight from day one. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Just don't get caught. How good is that? That's an interesting concept. I've never heard that before. But it makes a lot of sense. as I read that in terms of especially the don't get caught part. I think there's, obviously times in your training and in your preparation for what it is that you're doing whereby you don't take the shortcuts. Like if you've said you're doing 10, 20 kilometers or 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers, whatever it is, or 1,000 reps or 100 reps, then that's what you do. You don't look to take the shortcut and go, oh, I didn't get caught. And then there's some things like in combat or things that you may be doing, or maybe just in life in general, where you might do the old, oh, well, as long as I don't get caught. Yeah, that's a hard case. I think that has a place in everybody's life, that particular comment. Where was it? Not the airplane, read that. Not the Navy salute, got that. Train the way you mean to fight from day one. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Just don't get caught. Crack up. They spend the first 2 years blaming the last guy and the last 2 years promising to fix them next time. Yeah, sad, eh? The Trenches with Kaz on YouTube is a great example of when your service ends, it doesn't mean it's over. Okay, cool. I haven't seen that. Kaz wasn't special forces, but she shows the heart of the grunts. I enjoy watching his as I do you, Joe. Oh, thanks for that, bro. Appreciate that. I haven't seen that. You might have to drop that in the comments here, or fling me, fling me a link. She, not no LOL, no sure, okay. Hang on, let me go back and try to find that now. What did you say? In the Trenches Kaz YouTube service? Or was this for that? Salute. He asked why did everyone blah, 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 blah. Oh, sorry, I've missed it. I'm not sure which one that's for, bro. In the Trenches, Kaz wasn't special forces, but she. Oh, okay, but she is what you must be talking about. Got it, I think. And then just as I got it, I bloody got scrolled up. Still here waiting for you to catch up. I hope I'm catching up now, Rubber Kiwi. Here we go. eBaby Secrets. Conduct after capture. Food is always nutritious. You just gulp, swallow, and don't smell it. Brains, liver, and offal never look pretty, but you eat because you need fuel to keep pushing through. Yeah, 100%. They do a good job on selection of cracking that out during the lucky dip at one phase and having to share that in and amongst your group, which isn't much, but hey, it's bloody, you eat it. I couldn't believe, I think I saw, I did a reaction to one of the Australian SA selection courses. It might have been the Golden Road one, or Search for the Golden Road, one of the earlier ones from the 80s anyway. And they brought out offal and that sort of stuff for the group to eat. And it may have been during the lucky dip phase, I'm not sure. I assume it was. And one of the candidates said, oh, no, I'm all right, thanks. I was like, what? I was like, man, how can you be all right? Like, you must be starving. Like everybody else is starving. You haven't eaten for at least a few days. And all you've had is water, and you've been working long hours day and night, and you've had bugger all sleep. You can't tell me that you're all right, that you don't need to eat. But that's what he did in that video. I couldn't believe it. I was like, man, well, hopefully that means more for us then. Where are we? Kia ora, bro. King Alexander 1574. Kia ora, Eho. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry I've been going so long, but, well, what am I sorry for? If you stuck around this long, it's been 4.5 hours. Like, thank you. If you just popped in now, thank you as well. But yeah, that wasn't the plan to go this long. I was answering the questions that I'd received, and then I jumped on here to see a whole bunch of comments. Some people just having comments amongst conversations amongst themselves, which is fine, but interesting for me to read anyway. Did anyone see the Iranian Star Destroyer that wiped out New York? Question mark from Rubber Kiwi. Not me. AWOL Stew. I don't know if that's legit or what. AWOL Stew. Hardly anyone understands the ongoing struggles, the family of military personnel. It's generational and appreciated for without family, there is no reason to go on. Yeah. Cool comments, hey? Like, it's bloody, there's a lot going on in a military family, but there's a lot going on in everybody's family. So military personnel, my opinion, don't have the monopoly on hardship and challenges and that's not what this comment is saying from AWOL Stew. But it's there's some stuff in there that needs some unpacking, or maybe needs some work and time, and maybe, dare I say, some counselling. Who knows? What's that? Obviously, here we do. It was a joy to eat Scran on a DDG. HMAS Hobart, the real men's navy, had a good mate who was posted to her. Great memories. Nice. Where are we? Great memories. And didn't they remind us of that? What's this? Paddy Mayne was not PC, was not politically correct. Well, he definitely didn't come across that way in the Rogue Heroes, so I assume that's based on legend and stories and journals and records of what he may have been like. At Jono M03, hey Joe, this is a bit of a personal one, I think is what I mean. So absolutely feel free to skip over it. But how did you manage relationships during Rio, and considering some of the roles can be demanding by away a lot? Oh, by being away a lot, I think is maybe what you mean. A bit of a personal one. Yeah, I think I've got no issue with it. So thanks, Jono, for stopping by and for asking the question. That's if you're still here, bro. I don't even... I've just been playing catch up after reading through the other comments. So how did you manage relationships? I'll be honest, I probably didn't manage them very well. My wife has been the one that's held down the home. My wife, yes, I've been around and I've had more time to be around when I got out of the military, but then I was still doing a lot of fly in, fly out work. It's really only been this last year. Well, maybe not so much the last year. I've had a number of other jobs who have been able to be home for the last few years and come home each day. So that's not all true. But when I did get out, a lot of my work was fly in, fly out, whether it was private contracting, whether it was mining and oil and gas, then Little Spout's been back at home. So yeah, my wife is the rock that has held everything down, bro. She organized, managed the kids, had everything structured, made sure that they had what they needed, and I just went and worked. In the case of the military, I've openly shared on other videos that I've done just sort of where my selfish mindset was and why I've shared in other videos. I do think a person looking to go into a unit like the SAS or Special Forces in general, I think it's a good thing if they're single, because it does add a different dynamic and dimension to where your mind may go or may wander, in terms of feeling conflicted with where you want to be. Like, always love my family, always want to be there with them, but at the same time, like like I've openly shared, I loved the job. I loved the guys that I was working with. I loved the work that we were doing in specifically relation to that type of work. And that you can't have everything. So I knew I couldn't have everything and I didn't have everything, but I had enough. And so managing it, yeah, again, I don't know that I managed it that well. I tried to be as present as I could for my family when I was home. And even then, I probably didn't do that great a job of it. You'd only need to, speak with or ask my children. Like, I think that's probably the better gauge and the more accurate and honest answer. Although the question is, to me, my self-reflection of it in terms of not doing very well, I don't think is probably confirmed by if the children are being asked that, and if they, perhaps one day decide to do anything on social media, and if somebody recognizes the name and goes, "Hey, are you so and so's, child? Like, what was it like? What was he like as a father?" They'd probably give you a more accurate answer than what I'm giving here. But to do my best in terms of answering it, how did I manage it? I don't think I managed them very well. During the cycle, there wasn't really much I could do. Like, I was in Perth. Well, in NZ, I was in Auckland. My partner, we didn't have children at the time. She was in Palmerston North. That was before the motorway was, done up. So it's a lot quicker to travel between there now. And then when I was in Australia, I was in Perth and my wife was in Sydney. So, there wasn't a lot of managing because she couldn't come over until I had passed and got posted. So it's just the way the process was at the time. And I think it's probably still the same. So we managed it through our little Nokia phones, whereby you had 20-minute, was it after hours or off-peak hours free to call. And so we'd talk for 19 minutes and 50 odd seconds and then hang up and then call again. And that's what we did in the evenings. Every chance I got, I'd be calling my wife and talking to her, trying to stay as connected as I could. Not great, not ideal, but we've spent a lot of our time apart, from my time in the army here to then going on selection and being on cycle in Auckland, and her being down here, to me then going to Australia, and then going to Timor from there. Didn't make sense for my wife to move over with our one child at that time to Australia, seeing as she had no family support there. So she stayed in NZ and I was in Australia. Then I come back from Timor. She come over then because then I was going to train, prepare for selection. So at least we could at least be together for a little bit. And then I went to Perth, and then, like a year later, then she's able to come over and we're reconnected again. So there's, several years of been doing the long distance relationship. Not great, but it can be done. Not ideal, but it can be done. But yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Then that's why I've shared in another video. That's why I think, things happen for a reason. Maybe my stubbornness and pig-headedness with regards to the sub 1 course and the promotion course that they had put me on that I didn't want to do. Maybe things would be really different now. Maybe I'd be a completely different person. That's all speculation. Like, I don't know. Nobody knows. But if that didn't happen, and if I wasn't so arrogant and cocky and think, oh, they won't let me go, I'll threaten to discharge and they'll go, okay, you can stay. But they didn't. They called my bluff essentially, and so I had to follow through. Well, I didn't have to follow through. I followed through because I didn't want to lose face, so I followed through. Anyway, blew that bloody career, left, and then got into the private security sector. Still wanted to be back at the unit, obviously, but had made a promise as well that I wouldn't go back. So wanted to try to at least honor that promise. And so I didn't apply to go back, even though I came close to looking to reach out to them. And so where was I going with that? The comments around being single, I think is good because there's just less things to concern or worry yourself with. It's just work and your mates and your work and the things that you need to do. And then that's basically it. Don't get me wrong, there's probably other things as well, but it's just there's less responsibility. So if you're married or you're in a long-term relationship, de facto, recognized de facto, whatever, and or you got children on top of that, there's more responsibility to take into consideration. And that can have an impact on you mentally or on a person mentally and emotionally. Unless you've got that much of the blinkers on that you just focus in on what it is that you're going to do in your career. and what I was doing was giving leftovers of myself to my family. So hopefully that makes sense. My wife touched on it when she did an interview when my brother-in-law interviewed her, where I was, still in the unit, home, but not really home, like still doing work stuff, which, some people might think, well, that's just stupid, but it is what it is. That is what I was doing at that time. So I didn't manage it. Again, back to my first response, I didn't manage it very well. I didn't manage anything very well. My wife was the rock that took care of that stuff. So hopefully that helps answer that. Hence why, with anything that anybody does, it's important to have, the right person who's by your side or in your corner or support you no matter what, even when you're being selfish, even when you're not being a great father, which I definitely haven't been. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense and gives you a bit of an insight or an answer to your question. It may not be the answer that you were after, and maybe it doesn't give any helpful guidance, but it's honest, and that's that's what I've got in response to your question. Where are we? And did you work at headquarters as a doorman? Yep, I did. So if you're talking about up in Auckland, yeah, man, yep, I did that with, what was his name? And the company, Samoan fella, him and his brother owned the company. I met him through basketball. And where was I? I was doing a bunch of stuff at the time. So I was working as a health and safety business partner for George Weston Foods at the time, based there in Auckland. Looked after the Woody Bakery, and then I traveled down to Christchurch once a month and support that bakery as well. Worked at Hohepa Auckland, which is an intellectual disability service. So I got to serve there as a service manager for that. This is the stuff that you didn't ask for, but it links in. I'll get to where I'm going with the doorman at headquarters. There was a few other clubs up there in Auckland where I was working as well, doing the doorman security stuff. And then, Youth Horizons, team leader for one of the groups there in the houses with the young fellas, all boys. It was an all male service that were at risk and had some less than ideal challenges going on in their lives from a family perspective and other things. So so to your question, where are we? Did I work at headquarters as a doorman? Yeah, for a short period of time, not as long as I would have liked. Probably the worst part about that was just the drive from Pukekohe into the city, but otherwise I thought the job was cool. I didn't mind it. There was met some interesting people, and it just made me think to myself, far out, was I like this when I was drinking? I was probably 10 times worse, to be honest. But some good people there, some nice fellas there. I can't remember all their names, but I remember their faces that had been doing that work for a while. The two brothers that I'm talking about that owned that particular security company seemed like good guys. I got to do some nice little easy gigs, I'd say. So not just there, but some other private function events and that sort of stuff, which was cool. And it was, just another opportunity that came up. I was playing basketball in the morning basketball at the Otara Rec Centre, or I'm not sure what it's called, Rec Aquatic Centre, whatever you call it. And a bunch of people there, and this fellow was there, and we got to talking, and and then he said, "Oh, hey bro, we're short on some people. Would you be interested in doing some of this work?" And I thought, why not? So did that for a little bit, and like I said, met some interesting people. Why is that? Were you working there as well, or did you you weren't one of the people that I had to escort out of the club, were you? Or were we working together? Maybe. Do you still remember singing the full lyrics to the song Happy Little Wanderer? I don't remember all the lyrics, but I remember having to sing that song as well as the national anthem, probably more so the national anthem. The Australian national anthem, I remember all the words to both verses, but not to the Happy Wanderer, even though they gave us sheets and we had to learn it. And I don't think it was that long, but that was an experience, listening to my flat voice combined with a whole bunch of other flat voices singing these songs. Hey, well, Rick, that's par for the course in Navy. That's part of the course in Navy. Then cuts mean, bro. Rubber Kiwi AI they released at the start of the current crap, as we say, along with a fighter plane they captured with its 15 crew members. AI? I'm not sure. Or Al? Yeah, F bro, that's so good to hear. Jono, what's that? Thanks for sharing, mate. That's very in-depth and humble. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was wondering, what's this one for? Yep, Jono. Hey, all good. Thanks for the question. That's my honest response to that. Well, there is no counseling apart from common sense. The nerds have taken over that role. Even counselors hang up on me, but I'll be fine. What don't kill you is a badge of honor. I'm waiting for drag queens to take over counseling for the vets. Imagine that. I don't know why I'm laughing. That probably will happen if it isn't happening already in other parts of the world. Crazy. Anyway, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Jono, nah, bro, thank you. That's insightful as you're welcome, bro. Thanks for your time and asking the question. My dog is my best friend. My mum is second, and big and Big Blister last. Is that Big Sister? Soon to be second as Mum's getting on now. Yeah, time, eh? That's not insight to murder. I'm not sure what I'm not sure what that one is. AWOL Stew. Ninja Cuts. Oh, must have been something Ninja Cuts said. Or maybe something I said. I don't know. Anyway, it looks like I caught up. We got all your best bands in Australia, Split Ends, and so many more. Hard case. Yeah, wow, that went for ages, eh? Nearly 5 hours. I don't know that I'd be doing that every day, but what's today? Friday. Maybe Fridays I can set some bandwidth aside and do a live like this. What's it? There's a handful of people on here, which is, yeah, that's mind blowing. Why aren't you at work? Why haven't you been at work? No, in all seriousness, thank you, Zay, for stopping by, for the massive amount of questions, and even the questions that weren't questions. It was just you having conversations amongst yourselves that I decided to just read as I was going because of my OCD and wanting to read what was being said in the chat. So yeah, appreciate you, Zay, stopping by, taking any time, whether you dropped in and out or whether I dropped in and out. Yeah, thanks for that. Whether or not this has actually streamed to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick remains to be seen. I have no idea, but things will get better. I'll try and make some improvements as I go. Auckland City's a jungle when it gets dark. Yeah, it's bloody can be pretty hectic. Can be pretty hectic when the feral gremlins come out to the nightclubs as well, thinking that trying to convince us that they're sober, or trying to convince the doorman that they're sober and that they didn't just get kicked out 10 minutes ago and trying to get back in. So yeah, anyway, I've enjoyed this. I don't know if you have or if other people have, but that's not the point. I enjoyed doing it. I enjoyed reading through, answering the questions, and spending some time here. So thanks for the time that you spend here. Poeticus FX8, thanks for your time. Still working on self. Yeah, as we all are, eh? I'm with you. I hear you, bro. So yeah, definitely in that waka as well. Trying to improve. And so yeah, appreciate you all. Look after yourselves. Have a beautiful weekend, everybody. And yeah, just like AWOL Stew says, stay awesome, stay safe, and always be better tomorrow. So love that. Thank you for your time, eh? So look after yourselves, and I'll see you on the next one. Yes, I did notice that the blue went off the background. I didn't care. I thought I'll just leave it. All right, and stop.